Yes.
My volume up. How about now? Still low?
Nope, still low.
All right, I'm going to use the headphones.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi everyone, welcome to Auntie Jane's African Culture Market.
Yeah.
Greetings.
What about now? Can you hear me clear now?
Yes, that's beautiful.
Okay, it's loud. Hang on a minute.
What a wonderful speech. I'm so in awe right now because
Yeah,
I've seen that last section, but I haven't seen the whole thing all the way
the
through.
whole
And I'm
thing.
going to be watching that again and again and taking notes.
Yeah, it's
Really.
amazing, and the fact that he's gone. You know, it's just I don't know. I don't know. It just leaves us speechless. Leaves me speechless anyway. You know. So, but yes, welcome everybody to Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. And we start off as we usually do with libation. Our brother Wadadu is trying to log on at the moment. He's in a car.
Okay.
So yeah, he's having a bit of problems logging on. So hopefully by the time we finished libation and what I had a clip of was like just the ending of that speech. It's about 59 seconds of it. So we'll actually start with libation. How you doing, Nat? You all right? You cool?
Bless Auntie Jean, good to see you.
And you too, and you too. All right, and Stella looking beautiful as always.
Give thanks as you do. We're a reflection of each other.
With a gleaming smile. Lovely.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. All right then. So I am going to, I've got my water. I don't know if you can see it because sometimes it disappears with the virtual screen. But anyway, I've got my water to say I give thanks to our ancestors, all the good ancestors that was been taken away and dotted all around the world. I give thanks for their tenacity and the fact that they continued and thought that there may be another way other than jumping off the ship or doing what they did to sort of like to take their lives, and the fact that everything that they endured, I give thanks for that strength that they must have dug deep down for. So I give thanks. Ashe. I also give thanks to our leaders, the leaders who could you get the door, please? Thank you. You can all to our leaders, especially Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who's left us with a black print from way back from when he started it till now, because now is even more important for us to follow that black print. I give thanks to all of those leaders, the leaders whose names we know, the leaders whose names we don't know, and all those leaders whose names we will never know, but they played a part in us striving forward and letting us realize that we don't have to be subservient. We don't have to take what's given to us. We can stand up, we can rise up, and we can strive forward. So all those leaders, Ashe, I give thanks. Ashe. Also, I give thanks to our ancestors, my lineage, your lineage, whose heads and shoulders who we all stand upon, who's the ancestors who make us the person or the people who we are today. Naturally, we have to give thanks to the good ancestors, the ones that's brought us through, the ones that's given us that little bit of knowledge, or that the knowing what is right, the knowing what is wrong, and choosing to always do the right for ourselves and for our family and for our friends. It's those ancestors who we call upon when we need help. They are there waiting for us to say, we need help, give us help, guide me. So when we ask the question for help or guidance, that the answers that they give us be as clear as this water, so that we can actually take heed of what they're saying, so we can go on the right path of what they're telling us to go. I mean, we'll get messages not just in our heads, but we get messages in music. words in music. We get messages by just walking on the street and seeing a billboard and it might have something on it. Turning on the TV or the radio and a segment in the song just as you turned it on is a message to you. So let our minds be open to the messages, especially when we've asked for help or asked for guidance. Let our mind be open to anything. It could be a stranger you see passing by and they might just turn around and say something to you, and that something is either a confirmation that something is going to happen, or you know, the path is open and the path is there for you. So Ashe to our ancestors, heads and shoulders who we stand upon. Ashe. And last but not least, the Most High, the Divine One, the creator of all things, creatures big and small, all the plants, all the food that we eat that nourishes us, the air that we breathe, even though the people there must spoil up the air, but yes, but we give thanks to the creator, the mighty creator. I say herself. Ashe. 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 All right. Is there anything that you
Ashe. Yes, and to the late and great ones that we've recently lost. This year, 2020, is filled with a lot to deal with. So we just want to acknowledge all of those we've recently lost as well. Thank you so much, Auntie Jean, for that powerful libation, as always. Really connecting with your words. And yeah, we give thanks for you as well, for being so consistent with this market and with the Garvey village and everything you do for the community. We give thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm just sort of like trying to log into the Facebook now.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'll just give everyone a brief of what's coming up before we welcome our first sort of our first performer. Hi everyone. Hope you're all well. It's like quite a packed one today. Welcome. So I'm Stella B and this is Nat Nai.
Greetings everybody. Hope everyone's well.
The Lyrical Alchemist. And today we've got a really packed event full of amazing presentations and amazing performers as well. We've got 2 poets and we've got a saxophonist called Wadada as well, who's absolutely, you know, soul-wrenching when he plays. We've seen him play quite a few times. So we've got that to look forward to, alongside Elder
Herukuti. Yeah.
Sorry, he's going to be talking to us about Mosiah, the Honourable Mosiah Garvey as well, which obviously this is the month of Mosiah, August. So we don't say August, we say Mosiah instead. So he's going to be doing a presentation on the Honourable and Great Mosiah Garvey, which is going to be fantastic. And then we have Dr. Njai, all the way from Sierra Leone, who's going to talk to us about a school that he has set up in Sierra Leone, a place called
Koinagu College.
Yes, Koinagu College, which is in
Kabbalah in Sierra Leone. It's a Pan-African school.
Yes. Sorry, we're just letting people in as well at the same time. So do bear with us. Okay. I think it's going to get filled in as we go along. There's a little kitten for everybody, just because. So, yes, and then after that we have Alkaline, who's recently visited Jamaica and had all those messages that Auntie Jean was just talking about. You know, you have this profound moment where you're asking a question and things come to you. So we're going to be hearing about his recent experiences in Jamaica, and he will be talking to us about that. So yeah, I think we should kick off really. I think is Wadada here? Auntie Jean, I think you're on mute. Let me unmute you. Oh, I can't do it. I can't hear you, Auntie Jean. You're on mute.
I'm mute. Sorry, I'm flipping between screens, and would you believe the phones are going off at the same time? So, yeah, and when I flip between the screens, even though you can see me, I can't see anything. I can only see the screen that's in front of me. So I'm just trying to write in the what I need to write in for Facebook so it can actually start going out live.
Okay.
Get the
Is Wadada there?
Wadada? I might have to give him a call.
Okay.
I don't know. Is Elder Herukuti, are you in the house? Elder?
Doesn't appear to be yet.
Yes, he was.
Oh, you are.
You are.
Brilliant.
I am.
Okay, we're gonna have to change your name. Stella, can you do that? Oh, your Galaxy S8. Okay, beautiful to see you. How are you?
Give thanks and praise for life.
Greetings, Elder. I'm just trying to find you on the screen. What a pleasure to have you. It's been so long.
In truth.
Yes.
I have to just give thanks for life and for being able to be here at the moment.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Let me just click on this now.
Okay.
It keeps on asking me to add a title, but hang on a minute, I'm going. Are you on mute?
No.
Go live anyway. All right. So hopefully we've got that streamed.
Yes.
And
what Dada wants to do a little tribute to. He's going to perform 2 pieces. He's going to be doing a tribute to Chadwick Boseman as well. So I think it would be really beautiful and special if he can, kick off everything after the libation. So we're just waiting to see where he's at. But this is interactive. So if anyone has anything to contribute based on what we were just watching, the speech was very powerful and moving from Chadwick, and how we're feeling right now in terms of just everything that's been going on. Feel free to contribute. Any thoughts, any words?
Yeah. Yeah. Hi. And how you getting on? Sorry.
So Auntie Jean is just sorting that out. Any thoughts?
Is it all right to just quickly say a few words?
Yes, definitely.
Brother Nat Nai, Brother Nat Nora.
Oh, I see.
Wait, let me get my video. It's just that I'm driving.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Be safe.
I will. Let me purchase so that worry away. Okay, just to quickly, I do apologize. I missed the actual video, but
don't worry, we'll play it again.
Give thanks. But I'm sure it's one that has been sent around. He's obviously he's a beacon to us all at the moment with regards to what he represented and yes, the things that he said. And my manners as well. Apologies, uprisings to everybody. Give thanks that we're here to commit to this event. I just wanted to say, obviously, our heart, more power to his family, more peace and love to his family directly. But I don't want to bring too much down. I do apologize, but for me, it's just about, and I'm sure many will agree, we need to stop this participation with them. We need to stop being participants and seeking to be in their membership, because it's not good for us. It's unhealthy. And I don't know the details as to Brother Chadwick. However, if we were to go back to our own origins, I'm just a strong believer of, if we ate African, if everything we encompass is African, then there's there's more chance of longevity. There's more chance of being more with self. There's more chance, you know, of just being able to encompass all of your ability. And despite that, my brother did, you know, our brother did. But yeah, so to me, I just wanted to say uprisings on that, but please, let's stop the participation with them if we can help it. And let's go to our own fully. We shouldn't even be on Zoom. We should be on the African Zoom right now. But just give thanks. I'm so excited. I can't wait for Elder Herukuti and all that follow.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I'm looking into the other Zoom, the alternative Zoom. I'm looking into it. Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something.
I
still no Wadada. So I think
no, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to hold you up, Elder.
For too long. I'll be just one last ditch, and to let him know what's what, and because he did say he was just trying to link on at the time, so
just linking it up now.
Are you linking it up now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you all heard that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But look, it's connecting.
Yeah.
I haven't connected as yet, but it's connecting.
Okay. Oh. Just join myself. Oh, right. Okay. It's coming in as me because I sent him the link.
Okay. All right. So.
Right, so I'll have to, when he comes up, I can rename. I will rename.
You keep on.
We'll keep on talking, yeah?
You keep on. It keeps on.
It's going to be worth the wait, everyone.
It's not going through.
Trust me.
It's not going through properly.
No.
Okay, because it's got here joining, but it's not, as I said, it hasn't materialized yet. Okay.
Please wait.
And we've got waiting here as well. So anyway, we've got Herukuti. So I don't know, maybe you can go on after we could give you a call, and I don't know how you fix for about an hour. Are you in now? Are you in now? Wadada? Let's see if I can see. Yes, it's connecting. All right, you have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. A minute, I'm just renaming you.
Let me see if I can connect. I swear I should be able to connect the music on that as well. Still here.
Brilliant. Okay. All right.
Okay, welcome, Wadada.
And your.
Ready? Yes.
And show. Okay.
Let me see if I can send that to the music on there.
Okay. And you can put your camera on. Is it possible?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Then the camera is it? Then not on?
No, it's not on.
Hold up there. God, number 5.
Yeah, you can see. Yes, you can see you now. Welcome.
All right then. Yeah.
And thank you.
How do I hold it like this? Yeah, is that it? Yeah, man, catch up.
Okay.
All right, so welcome, Wadada.
Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah, for real. It's been a kind of lucky day.
Yes. Oh, really? Well, you're looking really healthy, which is great.
Yeah, oh, thank you, yeah. The motor close with me on. You know, it's a winter come, innit?
Yeah, already.
Yeah. No, I'm holding out for couple of days of something, please. Need that.
Oh, we're gonna have some more sun, yeah?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Does it say Dad on your top?
Yeah, original Dad.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to hand over to Nat to do a powerful intro because he's so good at these.
No, I haven't done nothing.
While you prep.
The volume gone? Mute.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, are you ready?
Brother, more if you feel the
Yeah, you're preparing. Nai is going to
Okay.
introduce you. Okay.
Huh?
All right.
Nai is going to introduce you. Are you practically
May I
ready?
try the volume? We can't see the volume. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
I can't really hear you though.
Okay, but we can hear you.
Okay,
can't
well,
hear.
I'm just gonna have to give you a signal, like, or something, right? So that you know.
Huh?
But yeah.
We'll give you that signal to go.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the music up in the background.
Okay.
Okay, so whilst with that set up.
Sorry.
Blessings, everybody.
People meanwhile.
Okay.
I can't wait to get off the Zoom thing, you know. This is not the one. They're trying to shift us and they're trying to push us towards this. This is not the one. This is not the I don't think you need to introduce when you hear sounds like that.
Can you? Well, we can't hear
So
you now.
when
You're
normally have
muted.
before
You're muted.
before the
He's muted. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to go in another thing.
Okay. So Nai is going to introduce you while you're sorting out that side. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Okay, so before lockdown, when we'd have our regular Auntie Jean sessions, once every third Sunday of the month, in person, fairly regularly, we'd be blessed with the sounds, the musical sounds, the saxophonist sounds of Wadada. And it's soothing and soulful to the ears. Normally, we'd hear redemption song or some song of reggae that would soothe our souls. And so I think it is fitting that Wadada comes to bless us all today in the comforts of our homes, but we are still connected. Even though it may be through these screens, our souls connect beyond it. So we as a people, we always go through, like we as Pan-Africanists know, like there's no let up. For us, we know Wagwan, innit? Every second there is something. So sometimes it's good just to take in music without words, just music, the sounds of the universe. So I don't know if you're ready, Wadada. You look like you're still prepping.
All right then. Maybe come in.
But everyone is now ready for you and give thanks for your talent.
Which one do you want first?
Well, your rendition first, and then you can do the.
We can't hear what she said.
Oh, is it? Oh, your rendition first. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're very low. Can't hear you.
Okay. Your rendition first, and then your tribute afterwards. Can you hear me now? Your rendition first. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What I was trying to do, Auntie G, right?
Yeah.
Is get the thing up on the I was trying to get a backing track of the music.
Okay.
Because I've got a speaker here.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get you on the music on my other device.
Yeah.
And then when I get you on my other device, I can play the music in the background like I did last time.
Okay. Yes, I hear.
I think it would be very kind of ideal sort of thing. Just join the jam meeting. Sorry. This thing want me to put my name in and all them kind of things.
But you're in already.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to transfer it on here.
Okay.
So that I can have the music coming from there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You
Okay, well,
understand me?
Dada, is it better that you go afterwards then, so that you can prep everything?
What's this? Watch me going to do this. Watch me going to do this now. Quick.
Okay.
Where's the damn thing? Quick. Come with it. Come with it. Flip. All right. Done. All right. Come on now. Wait there. All right. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
I'm just trying to see if the music's gonna play now.
Okay.
Come on, man.
You sound like me. I'm always talking to contraptions.
Jesus Christ.
All right. How close are you? Because I said you can go after if you can't go now.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to get a backing music like I had last time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to use somebody else's phone.
Okay. But I mean, if you can do it in about an hour's time, if you can't do it now.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it. Give me 5 minutes. Do it straight.
Is that
Yeah, no, because we're holding up a lot
presenter?
of people. Got a bit of a queue of people.
You got a few more people.
Yeah,
no, they're ready to talk. So we haven't got something to go to slot in for 5 minutes.
Okay. So, all right then. Yeah, I'll have to, innit? Like, how long are you gonna be there for?
We're here until 10.
Yeah, we'll just
After 10.
So then I just need to reach to where I'm reaching, and then maybe I'll just do it for you then.
Okay. All right then.
Yeah.
All right then.
All right then, no problem.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you soon anyway. Yeah. So.
All right. I'll listen out for your call.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Oof, the drama.
That's live motion for you. In it. All right. So we'll go straight on to our first presentation with Elder Herukuti, who's known my family for donkey's years.
No, not donkey's year, forever.
Oh, welcome.
Greetings, Elder Herukuti. Good to see you.
Greetings, my brother. Peace be unto everyone, the listeners, everyone. You know, it is beautiful to be here today with you. To the brother who has gone on his journey, I would like to say really that in this 21st century and that we are in at the present moment, we have got to come to terms with where we was at back in the days of Kemet. And when I say this, is that when you look at the situation, really, he hasn't died, because I don't believe in death. When I say I don't believe in death, you've got to understand what I'm talking about. When I say I don't believe in death, it's like I see death like unto a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. You know, the transfiguration, the transmutation, moving through, you know, and giving the house to its master, right? The master really and truly is the unification of all that is. So
Yes.
we've got to understand, not understand, but understand this time where we are at. And where we were at, the brother who's passed on, he's on his journey. And the journey that he's on is a journey that really and truly is taking his situation now from the caterpillar, and he's gone into being a butterfly now.
Yeah.
When I say a butterfly, you got to understand what I'm really talking about, right? Now, the situation that I'm in at the present moment is coming to terms with myself, coming to terms with the universe, coming to terms with the unity of the whole that is. So when we speak of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, I think it is something that I have got to come to terms with in terms of looking at him from an Afrocentric perspective, and not through the training that we have had from a Eurocentric perspective, because we are not European. We are the first people on the planet Earth. And the first people on the planet Earth, within our DNA, is all this information and this knowledge that is. And when you check Marcus Mosiah Garvey, you know, I have got to turn on and look at him in a sense that he is, to me, he's like unto a pharaoh, you know, because I'm into the pharaonic mind. And the reason why I'm into the pharaonic mind is because the pharaonic mind is something that is beyond normality. It sees man as being part and parcel of the universe, and woman as being part and parcel of that omniverse too. So we've got to look at it in a situation that I as a people really have to, when we talk about the universe, we're talking about the situation that is, I am part of the universe, because every subatomic particle that is within me is within the universe. And so there's a unification, there's a unifying perspective that we've got to look at in terms of when we say Marcus Mosiah Garvey, he hasn't gone nowhere. He's here with us same way. He's in my DNA. Why is he in my DNA? Because we come from the same lineage, really. Whether or not Tom, Dick, or Harry want to say, how can that be, right? But I'm not coming from the European perspective. So I want us to understand then that the perspective that I'm coming from is one whereas Marcus Mosiah Garvey, he wasn't acknowledged in his own, where he came from. When I say he wasn't acknowledged there, in the sense that he himself, right, he went to Panama, America, and those different places. And while there, you know, when I look at it from this 21st century, what I'm seeing is that Marcus Mosiah Garvey is something that is beyond man's wildest dream. I'm speaking about now God within man, God is within woman. You know, I'm saying really we've got to move to the next level. And the level that we've got to move to is a level that links us with the universe. Everything is unified. Like for instance, I am not here to conquer nature. I am at one with nature. I'm a part and parcel of that which is the naturalistic sense of what I'm dealing with, right? Because this is what my people, who were the first people on the planet Earth, this is what we dealt with. You know, we travel in the universe mentally. We travel intelligently. We travel in a way that we know what it was to be at one. Or how else could we really take, when you look at it, a 200 miles down the quarry, we are taking something from that quarry and bringing it up to 200 miles up the road. and it's blocks of granite stone I'm talking about. And then we're lifting it and putting it in a level that we are able to be at one and control, like the pyramids, what we done with the pyramids and so forth. We've forgotten these things. And what I'm trying to bring to us now is a level that we as a people, you know, are far more advanced than we have been led to believe. And I don't want to believe, I want to know. And in this knowing that I'm going through at the present moment is something that I see Marcus Mosiah Garvey, he had a pharaonic mind, because what he wanted to do, when I say a pharaonic mind, he wanted to bring, you know, unite his people in oneness. And one of the things that we as a people is not able to do, which I'm hoping that our children and their children will come and take up the banner and move to the next level. And how we can do that is, for instance, our parents was not in a position to really teach us the things that we needed to know in terms of, for instance, if we look at the different schools outside there, give thanks to Al-Kebulan, give thanks to Brother Quaco, Brother Minka, you know, and all the brothers and sisters outside there who is using their time to impart knowledge and information to the youth, because they are our future. And what we need to do is to take them to the next level. And how we're going to take these children to the next level, we're going to need to support. This is what Marcus Garvey was talking about, really. We are going to have to support the schools and these people in a manner and in a way that they are able to take, you know, us to the next level, because it is them. They come already from the ancestors. And because they're here from the ancestors, we ourselves have got to make sure we prepare them. And how we prepare them in a way that they're schooled from very young, indeed, in Al-Kebulan schoolroom, in Minka's schoolroom, in Quako's schoolroom, and all the different schoolrooms that is outside there. Now, we've got to support these. If we're talking about Marcus Mosiah Garvey, or the month of Messiah, this is what we have got to make sure that we do. We've got to take them from a very early age. And the age that we have to take them from is an age that takes them to the next level. That when they look at themselves, they're proud to be what they, when they look in the mirror, they're proud of what they see, you know? And the different aspect, when I say the pharaonic mind, what I want the people to understand and overstand what I'm talking about is that the level that we have to go to is what Marcus really and truly, Mosiah, he needed to bring the people together. But the people could not come together at that time that he came. Some people said he came at a time when he himself really and truly wasn't getting the support that he was supposed to get. But in truth, really and truly, if we train the youths now, right, they will see Marcus Mosiah Garvey just like in their mother's Bible, right, and their father's Bible, that they saw a man called Moses. They will see him in that light, you know. They will see him in terms of really and truly, he can go to that next level. Because why? Because he was brought up into the situation where the schoolroom that he came from is a schoolroom that brought him to a level, and a level that it brought him to was a level that made sure that he himself knew that he was brought up into the temple in Heliopolis. And this temple, what I'm talking about now, is something that is changed a lot, because what these people have done, they burned down the house of wisdom. And the house of wisdom that they burn, I'm talking about some little fool people, really and truly. Say them is Greek, and say them is this, and they're that, right? And when Aristotle went down there and robbed and thief and plundered our library in what later became known as the Library of Alexander, right? What they did is that they themselves, right, destroyed information and knowledge that would take us into, you know, the next level of heights that we're supposed to be at the present moment, which we are not. And the reason why we are not is because we as a people, you know, is in a position that when we say we giving the house to its master, we don't even understand what we're talking about when we say give the house to its master. Because the Pharaoh, you see, Marcus really and truly, Mosiah, really, he is a person that he was an example. And the example that he is, we ourselves fall short of the glory of accepting that example and following in that footstep. You know, we've got to be real with ourselves. And why we've got to be real, this is why I'm saying that the children, you know, these schoolrooms that we have outside there now, and we have to make sure that we support them in a manner and in a way that they bring the people not in the European, Eurocentric level of things, but to go back and fetch what we have lost. And that is Sankofa. We need to Sankofa and go back and fetch that essence that I really is used to. And it is this essence that I want us to look at, really. You know, when we're talking about Mosiah, really, I have a special feeling towards that, really, because as I said to you, you know, I was born the same day, and I know what it is to go through the different situation. When I say I was born the same day, the same month, right? And so I know what it is to go through certain things and not getting the support that you really need to go to that level, really and truly. And this is a situation that I as a people need to come to terms with and support these schools. As I said, Al-Kebulan, you know, Minka, Quaker, and all the other schools outside there. Really, we have to come to the level that we can, if we're talking about Mosiah, the month of Mosiah, we have got to know that he was a global phenomenon. He wasn't something that was something that the Eurocentric ideology taught and trained to be how he was. No, he wasn't. His DNA, right? His DNA was something that made him what he is. The DNA that he came from, and that DNA that he came from is something that took us to a level, and a different level, a level that we can truly say, well then, it is the pharaonic mind that Mosiah, our prophet, really got hold of. And that pharaonic mind is one where I am not in the universe, I am the universe, because I'm joined to every subatomic particle that is outside there. I am the I am that I am. So therefore, I can say freely, really, that I want to see we move to the level of God within man and Goddess within woman. Now, this is something that after we've been trained by an ignorant, illiterate set of people, really, we have got to make sure that these people that trained us, you know, we've got to bypass them and go back and fetch our own way, our own way of looking at things, our own way of doing things. And this is what I really want to present. Just as I said to you early on about there's no such thing as death. You know, we've got to realize that we are in a level now, a stage, whereas the situation that we find ourselves in is a situation that we ourselves, don't know and don't know that we don't know, and therefore we've got to move ourselves to a level where, for instance, they say that we've come out of the Piscean age and we're now going in the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius, when we look at it, it depicts man walking across the universe, and he's got a big jar of water on his shoulder. Well, water representing the mysteries, and in the mystic of ancient time, it represents knowledge and information. So what it is saying really is, in this time, if we haven't got our own, when we're walking outside there, we've got to have our own knowledge and our own information and things that we need. So we have got to go back and fetch it. Sankofa, this is what I'm dealing with really. And this is when I speak of Mosiah the prophet, I personally have got to come to a level whereas the people has got to move to the level where he was at. They can't stick around no more and carry on as if really and truly. I mean, in Jamaica, the children in Jamaica, they stoned him when he went back to Jamaica, right? And he had to leave there and came back to the head of his colonizer and in Kensington, and there he rested until it's time for the transformation that he needed to make. So we ourselves have got to look at it in a situation that I personally, I am here really and truly to promote the next level. And that next level is we have got to come out of the downtrodden situation that we have been put in, as though we don't know and don't know that we don't know. We gave civilization to the world. We gave knowledge to the world. All these things we gave outside here to the people. And it's for us to reach a particular level now that we can reclaim it. And when we reclaim it, we can truly give the house to its master. And the house I'm speaking about, man is that temple. Man is that house. You understand me? Right? And as a human, as such, we have got to look at the situation. At the present moment, Mother Earth is really in a level that what she's doing, she's purging herself, because nature itself has been destroyed and is being destroyed. These Monsanto and these companies that build, these GM crop and things like that, they are not for us. They're not for, because I'm an integral part of nature. So they're not an integral part of nature. They are worshippers of material. Their God is their material that they worship. And we as a people has got to come out of that level, and move into a level that is going to take us away from the Eurocentric false education and false teaching and take us to another level. And the level that we want to go to is a level where we see God within man, God is within woman. That's the level I want us to think about, step into. And by stepping to that level, we can overstand or understand the pharaonic mind and how the pharaonic mind thought and think, which takes us, to these different levels that we're speaking about. So it's us really and truly, need to support. We need to support. If we want to talk about Mosiah, we have got to move to the next level by supporting the people who's got the schools outside there. And because we haven't been doing that. Because if we do that, if our parents was in a position to do that, then we wouldn't be in the situation that we are in at the present moment. Our mind would open up, and that mentality, that pharaonic mentality that I'm speaking about, is something that tells you, well then, I am that I am, that I am, and this is the fullness of what, I wonder if everybody's with me. Sister Jean.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear
Yes,
you.
we're with you.
We can
We're
hear
with
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're with me, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Right, so this is the level that we need to move to, you know? And Marcus, really and truly, when we talk about the pharaonic mentality, we've got to understand that Marcus, really and truly, he was someone who we had to make sure that that mind, that live up to his expectation. He hasn't got to live up to our expectation. He's gone on his journey. He's come, he's done what he had to do, and he's gone on his journey. So it is us who have got to live up to that expectation and move to the next level. And by doing that, really, I think we can, you know, do it by supporting the schools, supporting, and, you know, not just, how much have you really spend £100 or whatever it is on trainers and track suits and things like that outside there? You could give some money towards really and truly these schools, you know, make some donations, monthly donation. And by making these monthly donations, what you're doing, you're opening up the door for your children and their children and their children to come. Because what these schools are going to teach them, you'll be surprised to find out that it's going to take them to the next level, and the level it's going to take them. They will Imhotep vibration and energy run through a lot of those children. You know, the multi-geniuses, they come, we think we are teaching them, but they've come to a particular level in a time when all we've got to do is teach them really and truly from an early age how to acknowledge, you know, what it is that they came to do, and help them to move with it and live with it. This is where we are at the present moment. And anything less than that, we're wasting our time. I've got to be truthful with you, you know. And I grew up with my grandmother, and my grandmother taught me from a very early age, you know, that I must be confident in myself and do what I'm doing, and don't let nobody, you know, put me in a position that I have to feel that I'm lesser than, because I'm not lesser than. I was the first people on planet Earth. We are the first people on the planet Earth. And it is this that we have got to move to in terms of Sankofa, to go back and fetch that which we have lost. I don't know if, is there anybody want to ask me anything?
If you do, you can unmute your mic and ask a question.
Yes, yes. Give thanks. I mean, some powerful words. I'm taking it on directly to my heart. There's a lot there, and I've tried to name in the chat so you guys can all check it out. My brothers and sisters in the chat, you can go on NAB's website to find some of these schools, and it's absolutely right that the re-education of the mind is key to interrupting our oppression, because it's the mindset that a lot of us are under a spell and an illusion of who we are. And of course, Galaxy Afrowe, the only deep brainwashing station that exists, corrects all of the wrong mindsets that a lot of us are coming with. So powers, I really, really appreciate. Does anyone want to ask any specific questions to our elder?
No. JQ.
Yes, family, walk on. It's DaddyMakesDoh.
Yes.
Blessings and greetings, people. It's love to be holding this space with you lot. It's love each and every time.
Give thanks.
Yes. So Elder Herukuti, give thanks, my brother. I wanted to just know, is there anything you yourself have been touched by Marcus Garvey in your own personal life from him? Have you got something straight from his ancestry to your own that means something in your life?
Yes, in truth. Well, everything I've said just now is what I have observed you know, where Marcus, Mosiah, is concerned, and that level that he opened the door and took I to is a level really and truly that at the present moment, I'm still giving thanks and praise for it. You know, and why I'm giving thanks and praise for it, it's like he went to a place like Panama, America, and those places, and every different states outside there, Mexico, and those different places. And when he went there, I can see the outcome of what he did. I can see really and truly that in Ghana, in Kwame Nkrumah, right, and a lot of those brothers and sisters there, they moved to the next level because of his help, and they're still moving at the present moment. So therefore, I personally, I've got to say, well then, that yes, he's forever really teaching me, and I'm forever learning from his fullness. And this is where I am at the present moment. This is why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking now. Because I understand, I don't understand, I understand that Mosiah, he came at a level where if we but understand it, we could move to that next level. And we, to me, I think we can only do that by supporting the schools, the Alkebulan schools, and also to support the different aspects of Quaco and Minka and those different people outside there, and all the people who's got the schools going, because that will take us to a level that we need to go to. So yes, I'm inspired by him eternally.
It's good to see that someone on your path in life, as far you've come in your life, you still are inspired like I am at my age. And even my son who's sitting beside me, he's 14, he just finished a piece about Marcus Garvey. And that was just through, because I wanted him to do a piece of work which he wanted to do through COVID. Now that school's out, school for us has not stopped. And it just so happens that his piece of writing, see me say Wargon, Keelan. We're just taking him in because the exact same thing that all of us are saying today, the same thing I'll say later, is the teachings of the youths. And as an elder, as me, and as a younger, we all connected through the same love and strength. It's not like you've known it for longer than I have, so you're stronger. You wake up every day giving the same thanks that we all give, and it's a blessing to see. So thank you for sharing.
Give thanks, my brother. Peace be with you, and peace be with the younger.
Yes,
you know, because he's our future.
That's right.
And that future that he is, it is us have got to turn him on, and that he, even though he's going to school now, but he can go into school and come out with a sense of knowing that I am the I am that I am.
Yeah.
You know, and therefore move himself to the next level, because that is what we want him to do.
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
Blessing.
Yes, bless up. Thank you so much. That was a great question.
Does anybody else got, like, Elder Herukuti's got a wealth of wisdom, you know? So I feel it is imperative for us to take advantage of this moment. Does anybody else have a question they want to ask?
It's all quiet. Go, Brother Nat.
Yes, I'll try and keep it brief because I just want to hear more of Herukuti, to be honest with you, and learn furthermore. But give thanks first of all to the brother that just posed the question. I think that was a vital question, and give thanks for Elder Herukuti. It's Brother Nat Nara here. I've been with Galaxy for just over a year, myself and Brother Jaminya. Brother Jaminya is over in Ghana as an engineer and tradesman. He's actually in the industry and helping to fix the equipment, and we've been linking up on our show. But just as a piece of wisdom, because I was obviously now in the organization and the family of Galaxy Afui, from your wisdom, Elder Herukuti, what can I came into this because 2 people called up the radio station and said, oh, you need more young people involved. Oh, your website's not that good. So I called up and I said, can I help? And then within that, then things took on course. But what would you say can be done within the schools, the CBERs, the yourself, the Femi Biko, I know as one of the main teachers, what could we do collectively to make sure that the young people are engaged, you know?
Well, Femi Biko is somebody that I've been on tour with. We've been on tour together, you know, many a times. So we really and truly, what he's done and what he's doing, right, is to the level that I accept that. And I give praise to that. We've been to America together. We've been to different places, Spain together. We've been in north of England. We've been a lot of different places together. And what it is, I personally would like to say now is that these people that you call their name just now, what we need to do is to make sure that the youths that we're dealing with is somebody that we support the schools that they can go to. You know, financially, I'm talking about. It's all right for us to say A, B, C, or D, but by supporting these schools that they've got outside there, right? The youths, between me and you, the youths, them that's coming now, they're coming at a particular level that they are well trained already before they come, because they're coming from the ancestors. You know, and it is, we have got to just prepare them and prepare them in a manner and in a way that they themselves, when they go anywhere at all they go, they can tell you what it is that needs to be done. You know, from their DNA, it's within their DNA we're dealing with. The DNA coming like the technology that you've got now, you know, that is what the DNA is dealing with. You know, that we can actually take it from there and open the door for them. And by we opening the door for them, we can take it to the next level. And that is what is needed. Sankofa, go back and fetch it.
Absolutely. Elder, can you remind me that movie that you starred in back in the day?
The
film.
There was a few movies that I've been in. One, I don't know, I think that the one that they show a lot, I think, is Babylon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is one that they show a lot on television and so forth, you know. Yeah.
Because I was just thinking about Chadwick's, when he was saying about playing specific roles, and I was thinking about that film being made at a time that was so important, that message, that political message came out and was true, and how things flip and change. So we have moments where we are really on like a path of doing the putting the strong messages out there, and then we maybe get a bit pacified by taking tokens. So I think going forward, we must do for self is the key, is the number one thing. So we don't accept any small little nuggets from no one. Otherwise we keep reversing success.
Yes, because what you're saying, this is the reason why I came out of the film industry, right? I came out of the film industry because the parts that they were offering me after Babylon, Burning Illusion, and those films, is they was offering me parts to actually be drug controllers. They was offering me parts to be different aspects of things, pimps and things like that. And I wasn't interested in that. I couldn't really have my people seeing me, you know, as an example, and I'm outside there, right, in a role that when he looks, it makes black people look demeaning.
That's right.
No, I couldn't have that. So I came out of the film business.
Yeah.
You know?
Muhammad Ali said the same thing. Muhammad Ali said the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is what why I came out of the film business, because I had a load of parts flood me from America and so, but they wanted me to be pimps. They wanted me to be, you know, robbers and thief and drug smuggler and druggists outside here. I said, no, I couldn't take that, because I would feel so ashamed for my people to see me in this manner and in this way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've got a question, Elder Herukuti. I can completely relate to you as well, because I used to be in the acting world as well, but then I had to be the master of my own words because the roles that they wanted me to play. But Auntie Patricia has a question. She says, what comments do you have for those who oppose the teachings of truth?
Well, the truth, the only thing I can say is I'm feeling very sorry for them, because you know, the greatest thing we have problem we have outside is ignorance, and ignorance is the denial of truth. And so we have got to make sure that we are in a level that knowledge, we gave knowledge to the world, so we shouldn't be afraid of it. We should understand that the knowledge that we gave to the world is something really and truly that we taught the Greeks, we taught the Romans, we taught the Europeans, we taught India, we went to India, right? And things that we taught those people down there, we taught the Chinese, right? And if you check, really and truly, the Arapao and those people that from India, when they talk about yoga and all those things, are black people. They're not things that we ourselves didn't know. Those are things, if you look at some of the pictures and in the hieroglyphics, the Medunetta writing and so forth, and you check it out, you'll find, my sister, that the people who done those things, those are what they later became called yoga and things like that. And if you're looking at the eyes aspect of yoga, it's telling you what I'm telling you. It's telling you that, and I didn't go to India to study that. I went to Asian Comet, the Nile Valley, to study that, right? From ourselves before we took it away. And when I look at that, I said to myself, wow, imagine that. We was able to do that. And this is why in fact, most people don't even realize I was actually a musician. I used to play saxophone, flute, you know, clarinet, and things like that. And I played, you know, blues and things like that. You know, and these things are things that we used to use back in Comet and the Nile Valley. We used to use them to heal ourselves, to heal our people, you know, and that's the level that we have got to. When we talk about the blues and and the blues that we're playing, when you look and you flatten the third, you know, you sharpen the fourth, right, and things like that, and you're playing them, you'll be surprised. People be surprised how that goes in terms of getting you up to the next level that you need to get, you know?
The power.
The power.
And
we've got that power inside of us.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, we give thanks for your presentation, Elder. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us about Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and to also just give us those wise words. It's very important that we hear from our elders every single opportunity, because I feel like that is one of the things that's missing from our society as a whole, is the appreciation of our elders. As Africans, we always know that, but I think, you know, the West view is that as people get older, that, you know, we don't no longer pay them any respect, and that's the wrong attitude, because we learn so much from the wisdom of those that have been here before, and so therefore I really want to thank you for coming here today and blessing us with your knowledge and giving us a clear instruction of what we're supposed to do. It's very clear, everyone. There's no debate. You must go and support those Saturday schools that are out there, been there for time.
Support them, trust me.
financially.
Financially.
Mm.
And
Put
name
our
them.
money where our mouth is.
That's right. That's right.
Correct.
Because
So-
you know that the children who go to Saturday schools, they only go for, as you say, 3 hours, 1 day a week. And the way they excel the other children with just those 3 hours, it's amazing. Their confidence, their knowledge, everything. And that's just
so
3
many-
hours.
Exactly.
Mm.
And there's so many amazing examples. You look at Akala is a great one to point out.
That is a beautiful example that you just give there, Alcala, right? Because his mother really, she took him to to school, to those 3 hours a day, what do you call it, school, to go to. And I see him wrap up some people on the airways and so forth. And I said, go on there, my son, go on there, my youth. You know, I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daytime, everything. So the sister that asked the question about truth, you know, and knowledge, it's very important that we go back and fetch that truth, my sister, you know, that knowledge that we need to move to the next level. And we must give, don't take them to the children them to church, take them to the Saturday school, take them to the school that they can go and learn of who they are, where they're coming from, and move themselves to the next level, because they've come already well endowed with a lot of information and knowledge from the ancestors, and it's within their DNA. You know, so we've got to understand that and take that and make sure that we prepare them. And that is what, to me, Marcus Garvey really inspired me with, you know, because when he said that the different situation that is happening where the youth people are concerned and so forth, I don't think up to now, majority of the people outside here, I don't think they understand what he was really saying, really, because he was so advanced that a lot of people, I don't think they even realize what the level that he was really at mentally, you know, because to me, I see him as an example that we should really, you know, look up to, an example that is going to take us, you know, because what he's dealing with, really, when you look at him and check all the different things that he's done, it's really what I'm talking about. Shoot, you know, Sankofa, go back and fetch it. You've got to go to the next level. You know, you've got to make sure that the children, right? You don't want them, when I came over here, my father took me to church, right? I get so much slap inside there. You know why? Because when I'm inside there, I just fall asleep. You know, I fell asleep, and when I fell asleep, my father would slap me. You know, what? Wake up. You understand me? So till him get fed up and him don't bother take me no more. But him don't say that I wanted.
Yeah.
You know, but the woman who the people who brought me up, in fact, they said you take a village, right, to really take. You know what I mean, to bring up the youths. And in truth, I represented that village, because when I came over here in 1955. And when I came here, right, I grew up with a professional woman. That was my grandmother. I say professional because she herself, really and truly, you know, she was the headmistress of a private school. And she used to teach me day and night. Wow. Day and night she used to teach me. Yeah. And before I could go out and play, I had to do my work on my charcoal. And then when I came to England, my father brought me to England. The woman, people like Auntie Jean's mother, right? And father, so long ago back. These people are people who took me under their wings like I was their son and their child. And a sister named Edna and Doris. You know, and these people are people that took me and raised me as though I was their own, and trust me, you know, the places that they took me and helped to groom me into being what I am now. I have to say, give thanks and praise. You know, I represent that. Give thanks.
Oh, give thanks, give thanks. Did your son come to show us the pictures, or we'll leave that for another time?
No, well, the next time I come and I do the one on women.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Go give thanks. Wonderful. Thank you for the brilliant and positive and uplifting presentation.
Give thanks. Sorry. Yes, Auntie. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. I just wanted to shout out what Brother Nat has just put on for everybody. That Robin Walker is one of Akala's teachers that Nat is learning from himself. It elevates his thinking and understanding of self, of my African self. So history and her story, as put by Beyonce in her recent epic film, is key. Knowing yourself, your roots, where you come from. You know, you cannot have a tree without roots. Sankofa, let's go back and fetch it. And it's screaming out in our DNA right now. We know it.
Yes.
So let's follow the sounds of our ancestors' voices and take as many people as we can with us as well. That's the other thing.
That's true.
Obviously, you can't take everybody, but we do have to
give thanks and praise for that.
And
remember, the school. It's very important, the school. Remember that for me, please. You know, Al-Kebulan, you know, those their school, Mandaka, you know.
They're all on NABS. So everyone check out National Association of Black Supplementary Schools.
Yes.
NABS, N-A-B-S.
Yes.
You can go on the website there, www.nabss.org.uk. All right, you can find a whole list of all the different supplementary schools that there currently are. Robert Walker has one himself in Croydon as well that he runs. So yeah, we're doing people are doing the do, but they do need financial support, and we've been directed by our elder, so we're going to do it right after this this event, right?
Yes.
Right.
Brother Elder, you're not
monthly.
Yes, most definitely.
Monthly, remember, monthly.
Yes. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to keep the
Don't go anywhere, Elder. You can stay to the duration, because no doubt your input is still going to be very valuable. Okay.
Absolutely.
I do want to say one final thing. You know, Stella made a point about this Western society earlier and how it makes us worship youth and disregard the wisdom, right? And the elders. But when you really look at it, when you really think about it, when you really, really look at it, the people that are running this world are their elders.
Yeah,
think about it.
True,
Presidents,
that's true.
And then above the presidents, they're all elders. So they want us, it's a trick. They want us to focus on youth all the time and just think youth, I want to be youthful and all of that, whilst they're running things at their elderly age.
Yeah,
because you need a certain, there's we learned this from Andrew Muhammad. Brother Andrew Muhammad is the investigator.
Yeah.
He said that basically
I know him well. He used to come to my classes that I used to do up a place called Yes.
So he told us about the secret society called the Shriners. And for them to elevate, they need 35 years of African knowledge. 35 years. So
before they get their fez cap.
So that tells you everything. Age and wisdom is necessary in this world for power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. But help the youths so that they can come tomorrow and be the elders. You know, that is going to teach us what we want to know and move us to the next level.
Yes, sir.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so absolutely. So what we want to do, we're going to have some powerful poetry now from our beloved sister who's called or known as the Curved Christian. And it's such a powerful name that she has there. because what she is doing is she's shaking things up with her word sound, and dealing with the question, the disillusionment that Black women have been put under for far too long. She's dealing with it head on. She's got a powerful video that I'm going to put in the chat as well, called Negrina, Female Blackie, the Curved Christian. So I'm going to put that in the chat so everyone can check that out for themselves. But are you ready, Alicia, to perform?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, amazing.
That's just, oh yes, okay, fantastic. Yeah, we can hear you. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage, zoop, 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 the amazing Christian.
Thank you, guys. First, I just want to say thank you so much. I just want to say thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm so thankful and so grateful. So yeah, I'm actually going to do that piece, Negrinha. The piece, you can, yeah, so like Stella said, you can find the video. She's just sent the link. You can find the video on YouTube. But I'll just give you a backstory on what the piece is about before I go into it. But the piece is basically about, so a lot of people get different things from it anyway, but what the main backstory to it is that my mum is Brazilian, and, or she was born in Brazil. And when she came over, obviously for me to be here, she would have had to come over, but when she came over from Brazil, she dealt with a lot of discrimination, racism, etc. Funnily enough, majority of it wasn't when she got here, it was actually before she came over. So many of you may or may not know that in Brazil, racism and, you know, that the laws against slavery and all that stuff actually came very late. And so she had to deal with a lot of that growing up as a young person. She was, from the age of 6, she was out of school and she was cooking in a white woman's house. And so she dealt with a lot of people telling her that she would not be able to basically accomplish her dreams. Her dream was from the age of 6. And so this also goes to show, in reflection of what Elder was talking about, the powers that our young people carry. She was at the age of 6 knowing where she was going. So she knew that at the age of 6 that this is where she was going to be. Yeah, and I strongly believe anyway that is a true reflection of the Creator living within us and showing us like what our paths are, where it is that we're going, and why this is our path for us as individual people. I think it's really important that we recognize that you are an individual, not to be like somebody else, but to be who you are supposed to be, who you were set to be. So yeah, I'm just gonna get to it. But this piece basically reflects that, her coming over from Brazil and dealing with people telling her that she wouldn't be able to. A lot of people tend to resonate with it because they may have come over from Africa to try and get a better life, and I put that in quotation marks because it's about the mindset. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I'll just go straight into it. I hope that you guys can hear everything. Just if you can't hear properly, just let me know. But I'm gonna play the back. So yeah, this is called Negrinha, which basically means the female blackie. Negrinha, 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 Negrinha. Why do you look at me? Like I have no reason to approach my dinner table with my neighbor's waist. Like it's not clear to see my color and skin color represents my lower class capability. The dark level like color of my skin, the skin color used in all your movies as the bad guy, the darkness, the hate. So why do you look at me? Like my skin mirror buff. Is it because my hair is too big, my clothes are too bright, my lips are too big and nose too wide, too pretty for a black girl? My crown is too big, too high, don't touch my hair, B. So why do you look at me? Like I won't be what I want to be. Like I won't be what I will be. Is it because you believe I'm not capable of growing? You wish to capture me like a feed, just scrolling to see who you not feed, but bid to the highest for the strongest, weakest link. I said, I will go to London and I will make something of myself. I will learn English and I will have a house, one that I can call a home, known to be involved in my community, accepted. I have a dream that I will get on the red bus. I will hand in hand with my brothers and sisters, accepted, except she laughed and said, you will never not ever make it to the colonizer's land. You will stay right here as my a slave. Rebellious to her false words, I stood my ground. As I stand the ground in the very place that she says I wouldn't make it to. It's been 20 years, I have a husband, 1, 2, 3 children, I've made it to because I'll make it to my future from torture. So why do you look at me like I won't be what I want to be? Like I won't be what I will be, able and destined to be the soul in this body, but I will not be the flesh that you see. I am more than what you call color. I am a mother, father, daughter, son. I came, I saw, I conquered. I am more than what you see. My people set the code in, and now y'all lean like y'all sipping codeine. Y'all are just mad. We take home the trophies. No matter what country we're in our back, we run, jump, and fry. Ooh, us adding the finest flavors as a skill you wish you had. One that you wish you had to have, but don't. See, when you look at me as I ask, why do you look at me? I have already defeated what you wanted to see. I am bigger and better than what you thought I could be, and I'm still me. Look up at me. I said, look up at me, damn it. You seem to forget Martin Luther King, although all you do is talk about him. You never wanted to have his name in lights as the only thing we dreamt of when thinking Black history. Why do you look at me? Like I wasn't supposed to be a part of his dream. So why do you look at me? Like I have no reason to eat in the finest diners. Why do you look at me? Like my children are not allowed to wear the finest designers. Why do you look at me to get to the greatest schools and receive the greatest titles? Why do you look at me? They pitch. I want you to scratch my back and then I'll scratch yours. Run a few 4 times and now he uses the whip to scratch yours. 1 or 2 more on your back like fake Adidas, 3, 4 stripes sore. Now we take a stand. You didn't even try to run for cover. Because all along, you knew we were that run-ya. See, you're a leftover. I'm B and you're the flower, but I sieve a D into this white power and you become white powder. With a bland seasoning power. Now we sending you to the left, like the French girls that tried to sing bass cover. A leftover sent to be left over. Here there ain't no space for you. Go and pick up someone else's pollen. Better yet, pick up your own cotton, murderer. Why do you look at me? Like I wasn't supposed to be a part of his dream. Why do you look at me? Like I have no reason to eat in the finest diners. Why do you look at me? Like my children are not allowed to wear the finest designers. Why do you look at me? To get to the greatest schools and receive the greatest titles, why do you look at me? Give the money where it's due. You're there trying to save money on me, trying to make money on me, say I'm your savers account. Matter of fact, go into that and pay me for all the work that my ancestors had to do. Unpaid for you. Why do you look at me? That's the end.
Absolutely beautiful. That was so powerful, beautiful, absolutely brilliant, wonderful. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Explosions. We want to hear more. Oh
yeah, that was absolutely brilliant.
Not clapping.
That's cool.
Christian, everybody.
Wow, that was absolutely phenomenal. You know, that line about the scratch line, like scratch your back line. Like, what?
Yeah.
The whip. What?
Yeah.
You need to go and get.
You know, when you got poets in the house, all you want to do is like, okay, fine, I need to write.
Yeah, thank
no,
you.
deep,
That's so cool.
and especially knowing the context of it now as well. Yeah, even more like elevations. And what I would say is, everyone, please check out the video, shot by the visual aid. That's correct.
Yes.
You will enjoy it. I think there was a bit of a cute story to go with that. It was shot around time of the lockdown, isn't it?
No, I think it was.
Or was it last year?
Yeah, it was last year.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's a new piece coming out that we recently shot, but That piece was last year.
You
Yeah.
must away from me for that one. You away from me, girl.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Dressed in their fineries and everything. I was like,
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
amazing. It was amazing.
I know it's gonna be dope. I know
It will be.
No,
Yeah.
third time lucky. I'll be there.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
the video is very good. The video is very good.
Thank you very
I've
much.
seen the video.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look out for the video.
You got a question. Auntie Patricia wants to know, where did you get the name the Curved Christian from?
Okay, so I have been a part of a Christian church since about 7 years, and so the name was basically to reflect, to deflect what people understand Christians to be, basically, but it was also to also look at the fact that Christians have been set in a certain way, and they are very okay. I'm talking about it like I'm not, like I don't claim to be, but Christians can be very set in their ways. Elder was mentioning about earlier. He was mentioning about how I think he said something about like lacking knowledge, and like Christians. So in the Bible, it says things about how we that we perish because we lack knowledge. But Christians tend to look at that and think that what they have is the sole focus of knowledge, rather than looking at it in a wider sense. So I think that, so me personally, I think that we can learn something from everyone and anyone, even the people that hate you. You can learn something from them. Even the people that come to you with negative comments, you can actually take something from that. And so that's why I call myself the Curved Christian, because I live the life of a Christian, but I look at things very differently quite a lot of the time. I am the one who asks questions. I am the one, even now, I'm researching right now a lot of things about what I believe in, as well as everything else. So I'm the person who always asks questions. So that's why I called myself the Curved Christian. So as well as that, it was that as a Christian, I'm curved by the world because I walk with that name. So I'm curved by everyone, but also because I walk differently. Does that make sense? So I don't walk like, I am not a Christian. I am not I'm not the Christian. I am the Curved Christian because I walk very differently. My aim is not to look at things simply because it has a Christian background. I look at things for its truth. And that's basically where the name came from. Yeah.
Bars upon
Wonderful.
bars. It makes sense. The name's got bars in there, so.
Wonderful.
So, you know what, as well, like, just to quickly say, I'm glad you mentioned about your mum and being from Brazil and such, being born in Brazil, because I think everybody here does know, but it's worth mentioning nevertheless, that Brazil has the most amount of Africans outside of Africa. So it's only literally because of the media and the language thing, which is why we're so connected to the US. Really and truly, we're supposed to be a lot more connected to Brazil, especially because in Bahia, there's a lot of us there. Thank you. As we held on to their African self.
Proper, like, yeah. If you want to see Africa out of Africa, that's the place to go.
Right.
So I think it's outside of Nigeria, isn't it? The most.
Yeah.
Out of Africa, because Nigeria is a constructed European country, but
So
it is powerful over there. It is amazing. I've been there anyway. It was a long time ago, but yeah, it is amazing there. Like, it's not what you think it is anyway. Like when you even when you see the streets, like the streets are full of color. Like even the walls, like it's not as what's the word? I can't even think. It's not as first world as you think it would be. Like it's very authentic. It's amazing and ethnic, should I say? But
very us.
Very us. That's right. That's right. I like that.
So I want to give thanks to you. I'm going to give you a round of applause. I'm going to get everyone to unmute.
Most definitely.
What I want you guys to do is show your reactions. Let's show your reactions.
Wonderful.
Follow her
Wonderful.
on her Instagram. Do you have a Twitter? All those things there. Follow her, and support her career as she goes forward as powers that she is.
You'll be on Galaxy tomorrow. Be on Galaxy tomorrow, trust me.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Send me the link for that, actually, so I can share it. Send me the link so I can share it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
So,
people are saying it's powerful rendition. It's great. They want more. So yes, sis, you're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
Anytime. But yeah, you've got a radio offer there, so I'll take that up.
Yeah, Galaxy FOE.
Just have to hook you up with brother Nat.
Amazing.
So, have we got Dr. Njai in the house?
I can see his name. I saw him. Let me see, because I know he fell out a couple of times.
Yes, I am.
Oh, absolutely. Beautiful. Yeah.
So everyone, I'm gonna Nat is the best at doing introductions of everyone, but because we had such a magical time in Sierra Leone last year, which is where I for the first time met Dr. Njai, and you for the first time met Dr. Njai. I'm gonna hand over to Nat to introduce you. But so good to see you.
Yes, fantastic. It's really good to see everyone.
Yes, absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay.
Hail up Patricia as well. We see you, Patricia.
Yeah.
Patricia Conte, yes.
Yes. Where are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully she can say a couple of words. But yeah, so basically, Stella and I, we went to Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Nigeria from December to January 2019 to 2020. And the way this world has turned out, I thank the Most High that we actually made that happen at that point. Because if we didn't, I don't know, man. I might have done the opposite thing, jump on a ship to try and get back to Africa, because it was needed, man. Like, Africa is amazing. And the Curved Christian said earlier about, she said, to a better life, and put it in quotations, because it is a mindset thing. And often the things that we see as advancement is not actually advancement to our being. Do you know what I'm saying? So like this obsession with technology is actually at a detriment to our being, to our mind expansion, our health, everything. So it was a beautiful experience. Sierra Leone is the area that they call Sierra Leone is a magical place. And when we think about repatriation, my father's people, they are an example of repatriation back in the 1800s. So the Creoles are the ones that went back to Sierra Leone from the United States, from the Caribbean, and from here as well, Europe, and all formed one group. So that's what Sierra Leone encompasses. So Sierra Leone has a big history in terms of its Pan-Africanism as well. We learned a lot from when we were there. We met with the Cowfoot Prince, Beautiful Jallo.
Oh yeah.
Storyteller. We had to have
him. He's good. Is he over here yet? Do you know if he's back over here? Because I met him. Yeah. Okay. Most definitely, he's brilliant.
And he introduced us to this wonderful, great leader, Dr. Njai.
Wow.
Who's and when we was talking, Dr. Njai was telling us that he's got a Pan-African school in Kabbalah in Sierra Leone. My pronunciation, do you know what? I'm not even going to try because it's embarrassing. I'll let you do it. And I thought, wow. So Elder Herukuti was talking about we need to support the Pan-African schools. And he said it several times so that if it rests at the frontal lobe, he's pushing it right there so we don't forget. So we wake up and support Pan-African schools. So what we were inspired to do was to connect the Pan-African schools here with Dr. Njai's school as well in Sierra Leone, because we think that's going to be extremely powerful. So what we learned is that in that school, they are teaching science, and they're also teaching traditional African ways.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of, from my understanding, agriculture and spirituality, and just like have a holistic understanding of self primarily, and then also be equipped to deal with this society that we're in now.
Right.
So dealing with a lot of issues in Sierra Leone and beyond, and tackling the education issue, Dr. Njai is a real international stalwart for our people. So it's a great honor for you to join us on Auntie Jean's African Culture Market Zoom. One day we'll fly you over.
Yes, yes.
or you can fly us over.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That works better.
Yeah. Go to the sunshine.
Yes.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Njai.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you to Auntie Jean and Stella. Nat, good to see you guys again. And I truly enjoyed listening to the elder Herukuti, and just reminded me of just being here in the village in Sierra Leone. This is just amazing that I'm not just in Sierra Leone at the moment, and I'm not in the city. I'm actually in the most remote part of Sierra Leone, which is where our school is. So actually, I was wondering if I was able to connect to you guys this evening, but I'm so excited that I'm able to do this right from the mountains here in Kabbalah. And this is actually where my story actually started, and why, and I'll get to the core of how I got into Pan-Africanism. I was born in the village. I grew up in the village here in Sierra Leone, right here where I am. And I grew up in that communal environment, learning, fishing, following, cows, and, hunting, following chimpanzees, learning monkeys. So seeing all of this natural environment. And then I had the opportunity to go to school in that process, being exposed to the Western education. And then in that process, I being successful, I've had to make that journey from Sierra Leone through to the United States, and where I became a senior scientist and a professor in the US. And then, but also then in that whole process, I learned something. I began to learn something about myself, and I began to learn something about my own miseducation in the process. And I've been trying to grapple with the issues in Africa. Why are we stagnating, and why aren't we in that place where we are taking global leadership? And I've been thinking about our historical past, the connections with the Black Americas. I was in America looking at the condition of the Black American in America, and understanding. Over the years, I just went into deep reflection and deep thinking around Pan-Africanism, around our Africanness, around our education, around some of the historical aspect of our struggle as a collective, as a Black collective, whether you're in Africa or in the Caribbean or in America. And then what I've been trying to look at is, how do we begin a process of social and cultural engineering back to kind of reclaim our greatness, that greatness that the elder was talking about? How do we get back to that aspect of strong technical sense, or strong also being connected to our own natural environment, our spirituality, our own aspect of what leadership is, and connecting back with aspects of our tradition, and how do we use those to then develop a more sustainable Africa? And so as I begin to think about us here in Africa, and I've been tackling diseases like Ebola I've actually one of the few scientists who helped in developing an Ebola vaccine in Sierra Leone. I came back to fight Ebola in 2014. And when I was here, it was the big thing that actually told me I need to get back. I need to be back in Sierra Leone. I need to be connected to the people, because what I saw was the huge historical impacts of slavery. You know, slavery began to kind of change that our social, cultural, and political and economic organization, and it disrupted it. It weakened our human capital. And then come after slavery, we didn't have time to regroup. Then, you know, you had a colonialism. And when I tell people that, you know, when you look at colonialism for us, it lasted for over 150 years. And just think about COVID. COVID has just been around 8 months, and it disrupted all our lives. And think about something that lasted for over 150 years, in which you were told your language no longer becomes your language, your educational systems are disrupted. And when you talk about when we are in the era of COVID now, or in medicine, your own forms of medicines are disrupted. Your healthcare systems are told they are not good, so you should abandon them. It's banned. It's witchcraft. You are taken to quarantine homes and then, you know, subjected to sort of vaccine trials without approval, and you are subjected to the, you know, it's almost like the whole African people went in colonialism, because the colonial medicine was the most important tool. And so the entire didn't have that sense to say, you know, this is our right. This is how our bodies were going to be used. You know, that wasn't there for the African. So when I started looking at all of these things, coming from my medical background, anthropology, and understanding that, and I said, you know, what we really need to do as Africans, whether it's in Africa or in the Caribbean or in America or in Europe, is to look forward to a concept of decolonizing our educational systems, decolonizing structures, decolonizing institutions. We have to get back to a point where we are beginning to be in control of our own narrative, of our own destiny. And this has to cut across all fields. It has to be across all disciplines and all functions of our lives. So it's been a big journey for me in terms of you know, understanding that, because when I looked at the root cause of our self-doubt, you know, you look at right now in Africa, we have the raw materials for everything you could think of that has been made around the world. I mean, we think of, you know, when you think of even the basic things like power and energy, when you think about just the hydroelectric potential in Africa, the amount of waterfalls, we have 35% of the waterfalls around the world. They're just outside, you know, when you think of nuclear energy, when we have some of the highest amount of uranium deposit. But why are we energy deprived? Why aren't we controlling those processes? You know, why do we have the self-doubt? We continue to have that self-doubt. And why do we then, that self-doubt then becomes self-hate? It then moves into self-hate. And we aren't able to kind of capitalize on what we have. We end up hating ourselves and beginning, you know, to fight. And then, you know, how has the educational system, the colonial educational system, the brainwashing through the colonial educational system, that has now led to our cultural dependency. So in fact, you know, the biggest weapon the colonial master has put on us is the cultural dependency, that we no longer, you know, think anything African is good enough. It needs to be validated by the colonial system or the neo-colonial apparatus that is there right now. So we cannot, you know, look for our own medicines because, oh my God, it doesn't go through the neo-colonial, validation. So so after coming back to Sierra Leone, I left Sierra Leone during the war in the late 90s, in 99. And then when I went to study in the US, and all the time I'm thinking, I really need to get back. I truly like the technical aspect I was being trained in, but I also, every day as I looked at racism, I looked at the suppression of Black people in America, I looked at the issues happening in Africa, whether it's the African leaders and African governments being in the hands of a neo-colonial or neoliberal enterprise, either the IMF and World Bank. And I said to myself, we need to get back, and we need to get back and start at the grassroots level and beginning to make a change. And that change has to come through our school systems, it has to go to the university systems, and it has to be within the community. So it has to take the entire life cycle. So I'm going to share some slides with you on just the work that I've been doing with my organization, which is Project 1808, which I started along these lines. And I started Project 1808, and like Nat was saying, when the name Project 1808 is actually very Pan-African, because 1808 was when this country, Sierra Leone, the colony, was formed, and it was formed by freed slaves that came back from the Caribbeans, from different parts of the world, the Maroons, the Nova Scotians, and different folks that came to Freetown from different part of the world that they were enslaved at. But then they came with the vision of freedom. It was freedom, and it was optimism. It was also innovation. How do you come and how do you now start your own lives and start building? So I kind of drew on that spirit of innovation, spirit of freedom, and spirit of starting something new. That's why I named the organization Project 1808. And we've been working in Sierra Leone, and I've focused mainly in the remote part of Sierra Leone. So I'm just going to share some of these slides. And what I want to do is, try to kind of go through the slides quickly so that we will have time for discussions and more engaging. So we've been doing a lot. And so this is basically, let me actually go to the full, okay, good. Now I'm good. So now I can switch, and let me do this. Okay. So, okay, I can do this. Okay. All right. So if you can see, it's right there, Project 1808. We are a community-based organization, a non-profit organization in Sierra Leone, and dedicated to improving community livelihood, technical capacity through school, university, and community projects. And then, of course, we try to do global projects. And one of the things that I've tried to do is the concept of building the human mind and the human capacity. Because one of the things I felt that, our biggest problem in Africa is that our minds have been captured, and how do we build, a new generation of, young Africans, but also connected to their community, who have the technical capacity, but they also know that they are connected to a greater culture. And so what I wanted to do is connect the learning from primary school through secondary school and then to the university. So in that way, all of the life cycle of the students are connected, but they're also connected to a greater space, which is the community. Because at the end of the day, what I want to get is the connection between what is happening in their communities and what they are doing in school, so that they are able to effect actions into their community. They are able to solve their own problems in their communities, but they also have a sense, their cultural sense of the community. So that's very important for me in terms of what I've been trying to do to them. And so this is just basically, some concept on how we are improving the quality of life as a model. And if you look at our quality of education, which is one of our goals, we try to really foster academic excellence, but we nurture that sort of indigenous knowledge around them. So this is me starting in about 2011 with 56 students. Now I have over 500 plus students in 2020. And now we have some of our first cohort of students going through college movement. And so I will actually talk about that as I go further. And I've been encouraging tutoring and mentoring of these students in fields outside of their lectures. And one of the things we've done is really to build innovation in these students and also build a sense of themselves. Who are they and what they are capable of doing, but also understanding themselves from a more cultural perspective. So our after-school programs are sort of very mixed, from them doing the technical things, the basic things that they need to know in school, but also understanding the element of their community, you know, the intergenerational knowledge between the old and the young. We bring in farmers, we bring in older people, we bring in storytellers, we bring in the community structures. They have opportunities to go into the community and learn things outside of their school systems. And of course, we provide educational support for them, because part of the challenge also we've seen is that in the sort of global economic systems that we have set up for ourselves, from colonialism to the present, has left us Africans feeling poor. And there is poverty in an environment where we shouldn't be poor, and we are not poor. And so, but because of the vestiges, the grip, the shackles of colonialism and neo-colonialism and all the issues around the global economic systems, we are kept down. So you find that we have young people, we have communities, but we are not able to fully utilize our own resources. So a lot of the time, we have to provide support, educational support for some of these people, some of the young people who need to go through this, the formal education systems. And I've been trying, we've put up little libraries in remote villages where we've equipped these books with, actually, we've been deliberate and intentional by equipping them with Pan-African books along with their usual school books. So it's not very common in Sierra Leone to have Pan-African type of books being read to students. So we try to integrate those African books into whatever they are learning in school. Our mentoring programs, are fantastic. Peer mentoring. We have a big brother, big sister, that does, and then we have school to school visit, and we have adult role models that we bring from the community. This is actually one of my most, the one that I truly, truly love, because we bring the local griot, we bring the storytellers, we bring the local herbalists, we bring those people so that they begin to have a sense that your traditional values, those elements are very important. But again, the adults who carry on these traditions also feel valued. They feel like that knowledge that they have is important and they can carry it forward. And here is actually my first cohort of students in 2011. These are at second year at university now. And I will talk about why this is important to me, because they are now in university at a different college, at a different town. And some of the things we've done, it's, I understand one of our biggest challenge in Africa is science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and leadership. How do we get the technical skills to make us competitive with our globally competitive world, so we can be able to take ownership and control of our resources? And how do we develop that leadership in Africa so we are able to take that sort of global leadership? So what I'm tackling is two things: that technical aspect, so these young people and you can see in our program over 500 or more students, over half of them are girls. And also, we have, so I've been equipping them with, right here in Kabbalah, in one of the most remote parts of the world, equipping them with a computer, biology labs, well equipped with microscopes and things to kind of really begin to get young people that can emerge from these communities with the strong technical skills that can compete globally. And so I'm bringing in all the young girls, which is also helping them in terms of their own empowerment, their own sense that they can be what they want to be, and it can also overcome some of the aspects of the issues that many, many young girls face with regards to esteem, with regards to issues around teenage pregnancy. And so we are also bringing them. I've put together a computer lab, an ICT hub, an entire building, which I'll talk about, which is part of my college program that I'm developing here in the community. And young girls, very young girls from primary school can come and get computer training. And the reason why I'm trying to do this is because also we want them to be competitive globally, to be able to do the things that they can compete in this modern infrastructure, but also be able to retain our own spirit. So, the big thing that, part of that I really, really love and which, I enjoy here is Yusuf Jallo, Cow Footprints, performing, doing storytelling. And then we have the cultural dancing, and we have, contemporary dance. So we have an Art Express program, and it is powerful. We are bringing in things that young people no longer do. The colonial apparatus discourage anything African, anything of yourself, understanding yourself, developing yourself, and empowering our own culture, because what that colonial and neo-colonial apparatus wants is the dependency. But when you want to empower yourself, that is looked at like something archaic, something that should not be, encouraged in school. So we bring it in. We integrate storytelling now. We're doing creative writing, trying to teach some of them with creative writing, theater and drama. We're starting those, and music and dance. I mean, it's very interesting that in Africa, where Africa is the home of music and dance, music and dance from Africa went all over the world, created the jazz, the blues, the hip hop, and everything else. And you come to Africa and you come to Sierra Leone, we in our colleges and campuses and students, we are not using music and dance and all the aspect of spirituality that is with it. And so that is one of the essence, I'm really, really, into this program. And I've built a Pan-African wall on our campus, which I'll talk about. This is our college campus, but I'll talk about it a little bit after this. And what I do is really, it's a simple thing. I put up, pictures of great Pan-African leaders, from Africa and from the diaspora, who have done amazing things for us. But, put up, show their quotes, show a quote on them. And that quote brings you into learning about that Pan-African hero. So people like, Marcus Garvey, to Malcolm X, to Steve Biko, to Franz. These are the things that we are not taught here. Young people do not have the privilege of learning this. So you have a lot of intellectually strong Africans, highly Greece, but do not even know anything about. In 4 years, Thomas Sankara, a young military general, a military captain in Burkina Faso, transform the world African unity and what he stood for, the collective, than the tokenism aspect. Because right now what we have is
Dr.
that
Njai, Dr. Njai, sorry Dr. Njai,
tokenism.
can you hear me, Dr. Njai? Sorry to interrupt. Can you just repeat what you said, because you just dropped out a little bit there. So if you can repeat from Thomas Sankara, from the beginning of what you said about Thomas Sankara, please.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
Oh, okay, sure. Oh, sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right. So yeah, so Thomas Sankara, one of the, a very young captain, at a very young age, 29 years or so, took over power in Burkina Faso and did something that truly in our, in our minds, in our current minds of self-doubt in Africa, our current minds that we are unable to do, he did something that is remarkable. He turned around Burkina Faso in 4 years, put that country on a path of sustainable growth, sustainable development without foreign aid in just about 4 years, until he was assassinated, in 4 years, because he preached self-reliance. Burkina Faso should rely on what they grow, what they, produce. He started, eradicating all forms of infectious diseases in Burkina Faso. But in 4 years, Burkina Faso had attained 100% immunization rate. He started Women's Day in Burkina Faso. And in fact, one of the things he essentially did in Burkina Faso in terms of women's liberation was actually making sure that on the day of Women's Day, that he started in Burkina Faso, that men actually do the cooking. And he did amazing things, from the environmental movement of cleaning up Burkina Faso to building one of the largest dams in Burkina Faso that actually he did without any donor or any foreign aid. So, understanding this huge amount of women also who've played significant roles in our Pan-African development. Somebody like, Winnie Mandela, of South Africa, women like, the woman who was our first mayor in Freetown, Cummins Jones. Cummins Jones was a woman in Freetown who actually became our first mayor and ran for even parliament in Sierra Leone, and was an ardent Pan-Africanist who actually in Freetown still, today started the Women's Resource Center in Freetown as an ardent Pan-Africanist woman, and who was among the early people, along with Ita Wallace Africa. So it's a very remarkable women, Cummins Jones. And so these are all the things that young people need to kind of know about themselves and begin to understand that there is people who've come before us, but also there are, there is a lot of work that needs to be done ahead to carry on some of these legacies. And I've been working with Ebola survivors for the last 5 years, providing, skill supports for them. Ebola decimated some of our communities, our women and men who were left with nothing. And some of them are still struggling today, 5 years or so after Ebola, with the effects of it. So one of the things we've done as an organization is actually providing them tailoring skills, catering skills, even driving skills for those who can become drivers for various government organizations or even on private basis, and then computer so that they get like, jobs. And over the course of 150 Ebola survivors with different skills who are actually now actively employed. And so one of the things, and I'll skip some of this because these are, and I'll come talk about this because as an organization, we've done from education now, we're spreading into, providing clean water for our communities. And this is stuff that we actually getting through the projects our students are initiating now in the community. So you are building leaders because now they can see, okay, you know what, I don't have clean water. I need to find ways to solve that clean water issue. And we work with them to kind of dig these wells and start finding ways that they can equip the community. So this is this is our first well we actually dug. And now we do have, you know, about 3 wells. We are on our 3rd well now in the community, all started by our students who saw this as an important aspect. And of course, on health and well-being, we've been doing a lot of stuff around global health training in the communities. You know, and I said earlier that I've been doing Ebola, and in fact with COVID here in Sierra Leone, I work at my organization, Health.
So Dr. Njai, I think your reception's cutting out a bit more. Yeah, I think you're
actually been supporting the Freetown.
There's a strong lag and delay.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lag.
Oh, there's a lag. Okay, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you're back.
Okay, all right. So so all of these are sort of you know, community you know, development community outreach programs we've been doing from with our students and helping them grow. And I will move on to something more that I skip few slides and I will tell you about, you know, all of these are programs we are introducing into the community in terms of, you know, toxicology, and then building that citizen volunteers within the community, global and local. So I host usually the Science and Leadership festival every year, you know, where I invite people, and it was so unfortunate Nat and Stella couldn't make it this time. They were going to Ghana, but I really wanted them to be around, and hopefully if we are hosting one. And so this is we bring in people from all over the world to come share their ideas and knowledge. And finally, I'll just talk about, and I'd like, you know, because I think we're having some lags, but I will answer some questions as, you know, make it open and we can, you know, discuss more. This is really, truly our bigger goal that we're trying to do, is to kind of integrate all the work we are doing from primary school to secondary school to the community into a model college and university, which will be probably the first Pan-African, truly Pan-African college and university in Sierra Leone. And one of the things I want to focus on here, that it will be based on, it will value leadership, it will value sustainability, it will value indigenous knowledge, entrepreneurship, innovation, and global perspective. This will be probably one of the colleges that I hope as lecturers, we can have our storytellers as lecturers, we can have our traditional medicine people as lecturers, we can have, you know, our older people in this coming in to share that African wisdom. You know, in Africa, the old, you know, the Hampateba said, if an old man dies in Africa, it's like an entire library has been burnt away, and that's the richness, the value that you know, the wisdom, the African wisdom comes with it. You know, when this is the home of our future college. So we've already been on our way with construction in our little way, you know, finding, you know, funds and all of this I've been doing with basically grassroots support. We take out the soil from Sierra Leone and we actually just use the red bricks and without any even mortar, and we actually are building sustainably using just local materials. And then we are trying as much as possible to make this campus, you know, African. And so I'm looking even to, you know, in the architecture and everything else to kind of give it that African look. And my goal is to have an indigenous studies department, and to have also, you know, an entire campus that is dedicated to film, to arts, to culture, to our own music, dance, to our own sort of, you know, cultural space. So both the indigenous space of knowledge, but also to all the other aspects of, you know, art forms, in addition to, you know, the other, the curriculum on things like agriculture, you know, environment, public health, you know, the science and technology. So every student that comes through my campus comes out with a strong sense of who they are, and they're also able to interact with the global space. So, and so it's all people's, you know, it's all based on volunteer support, little donations from people all over the world, friends that I've made along my path and who've believed in this dream. And so what I'm really trying to do is to kind of, you know, build something that we can begin to make ourselves more competitive and reclaim, you know, some of what we've lost over the years. So this is how you can help us. We are always looking for volunteers, whether you know, if you know anything, and I'm happy, you know, for in whatever ways you can support us, both financially, but also through resources, helping in building our curriculum, you know, and just wanting to be part of this transformational change that I hope we can begin to do in our community. So I think I'll stop sharing, and this is, oh, sorry, let me do this. Sorry, okay. And so this is really what I wanted to share.
Before you stop sharing, if anybody wants to take a picture of the details, they can take a picture of the details.
Sure.
Stella's putting it in the group.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, thank you. That is absolutely wonderful. You're very inspirational. And thank you for being you. I mean, you're going back to the grassroots.
Right,
Same thing what Elder Herukuti was talking about, you know, Sankofering, going back and fetching back, you know, the information and the way we worked beforehand.
Right.
You know,
right.
I love the fact that you've got our heroes, you know, throughout the years,
yes,
teaching the children that it inspires them to move forward and to do things.
Yes.
You know, because the school system is basically quashing our children. It quashes their creativity.
Yes.
And as you said, you know, with the music and the storytelling
yes.
is not in their curriculum. And
yes.
we as a people need that, you know, and I'm so happy that you're bringing it back. And I also want it to spread to other people who have schools.
Yes.
That they take on your idea and your concept and integrate it into the school until all they're doing in Africa is our thing and not their thing.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very inspiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, very like
because it's like a dream, you know.
Very much so.
Even from last year till this point here, and seeing the images of what you're achieving as well, it's just like a dream come true because. Yeah, everything is the knowledge, everything is knowing thyself. And as you started your story from growing up in very humble beginnings, and let me turn that around, growing up rooted as to who you are, and when you come from all those culture aspects of you, and then you kind of branch out, but you always know I'm coming back home. And so the mixture of both, you know, this is the modern world we live in. You want to train up those young girls so that they can be equipped to go anywhere with the knowledge that they have, but always have that centered part of them, and that's because of your own experience that you had. Powers, yeah.
And like, you know, that wall of greatness that you have. One day there's going to be
your
Dr.
image.
Njai.
No, Auntie Jean.
What you are doing is that. It's like, I'm just like, what? This is real. Like, because we talk about this often. We talk about, and you're manifesting it in real life. Like, it's I don't think it like the amount of compliments that we want to give you is justice enough to what you're doing. So the question is, how do you put how we can support, but what we need to do is just link up the Pan-African schools globally with what you're doing, and maybe you can set a blueprint, because maybe this is actually a question that you can answer. Actually, we have an issue here with our Pan-African schools. Elder Herukuti was really championing us to support the Pan-African schools for a reason, because there's limited number. But you've managed to get from 50 to 500 in a 9-year period. Whereas here we have an issue of like 30, 20, 10 gone, or 30, 20, 10, and it just remains at 10. So how have you been able to get from 50 to 500?
Yes. Yeah, so I think it's you know, it's just been
see it there. Zoom don't want us.
Zoom
to
doesn't
know.
want us.
One, you know, you just have to be you know, consistent. Perseverance, you know, it's a tough one. It's you know, for me, I've always believed it's a lifelong thing, and I'm passionate about it, and I'm, you know, trying in how we, you know, get to of our children today are born in a generation where they are bombarded by all these other things. And so it's about constantly trying to get into those spaces where they, you know, kind of sometimes even, you know, where it could be, I bring them to a movie, a movie or like something on Mandela or something on, you know, Marcos, or a documentary. But the idea is that it begins to click some things. You know, what I'm trying always to do is to click, connect their current problems here with, you know, some of the historical roots of oppression, you know, whether it's global or even local. And then, you know, and so, and then building a sense of ownership. I think the ownership aspect has been the big aspect, whether it's in the communities, bringing in the community people, making them be part of the engagement, like the parents. You know, I make sure the parents know what it is, and the parents have actually been our greatest support. And this is why it's been successful, because we're tying in the intergenerational from the parents. And so when we get like our students, when we have like 2 days of absence or 2 times of absence, it sends, we already know that we have to, my coordinators will have to go to that parent. And we know how to kind of make sure that you know, the kids, you know, get back into the program. And the other aspect is the success rate. They have seen that the ones that are going through our programs are becoming really, really good. And, you know, they have become, and, you know, the sense also that they've gotten among themselves is they bond so well together. And they are peer mentoring. So what I do is I also use peer mentoring, which is not just us, but they can have the ones at a higher class coming down to the guys at the lower class. And we've utilized a system here called Pa and Mama. So in the US and other parts of the world, people will say brother, sister, but we've used the Pa and Mama because that's more local to our culture. So I bring that into them. And so my little niece will have her own mama, and that one will be responsible for doing her hair. and teaching her all those type of things. And she's feeling like, oh my God, I'm excited about going. I want to go into that because I can get all my, my hair done. I can do all this stuff, so so they begin to kind of see, oh my God, this is really exciting. And, we do games, and, I often, try to bring some of our old African games into even our sports. When they do sport, we do some of our African, sort of sports that we do, which, these are not popular sports, but they do, and then they have fun doing it, and then oh my God, then this is also another pool, so they want to come to the classes, and but the music, the dance, the storytelling, all of these things that when they go to the schools, the normal schools, they find that that is absent. It's they don't do these things, and then so when we sit down and we begin to talk, and I begin to link them, I said, well, the djembe here, the djembe is the root, is the center of all that music that went into all the hip hop and all the jazz and all the stuff, and all made. Said, oh wow! And then they can now connect the hip hop, the blues, the jazz to what they see as something not so, so they kind of begin to see the value in actually understanding those connections, and we bring those, like when Yusuf Jallo came, it was powerful. He brought in this whole energy with storytelling, and now like all the kids were thinking, oh my God, I can do storytelling and maintain those traditional knowledge systems. So I think a combination of engaging, linking it with community, linking it with parents, and being innovative around the space to kind of make sure that they can relate to it in this modern day. And I think those are some of the ways we've been trying to kind of, succeed here in a very difficult space.
Yeah, it's powerful. I'm so sorry that we're going to have to stop the questions at that point, because we've got a powerful performance now by DaddyMakesDoh, who's joined us in the past to do some poetry. I just wanted to say, yes, love this, it's brilliant, please, I'm so happy. That's from Patsy. Everyone's just bigging you up and saying, someone said, have you worked with, or would you consider doing work with Arikana Chimobori?
Dr. Arikana.
Yes, yeah. Formerly of the UN, and she's been getting very popular lately. The AU, sorry. Yes. So that was a final point there. I don't know if you've got any time to answer that, to be honest.
Well, not really. I haven't worked with her, but I've followed her work, and I'm a big fan of what she's trying to do on a bigger scale. And I think what some of us are doing is trying to practicalize what she's talking about on the global stage, because unless, for me, what I've believed in is that unless and until we practicalize it and make it to reality, bring it to life, we can't change the status quo. So we need to kind of move on the sacrifice and begin to social engineer our societies to regain that greatness that our cultures have, the greatness our people have. And until we have a very powerful Africa, we cannot end racism in the UK, we cannot end racism in Europe, or we cannot end racism in America. We need to have an Africa that is strong, an Africa that is united, an Africa that is economically emancipated, an Africa that also can now reclaim its cultures that have been appropriated all over the world and say, this is mine, I own this, and we are the people from where all of this education has come in from. So we have to be able to do that. And unless you begin to come to the communities and, and rock thick and thin with the community, sacrifice some of those. I mean, I, you know, as a senior scientist, I've had to sacrifice thousands of dollars in the US. I said, no, I work for Procter & Gamble as one of their lead global research development person. But I said, for me, when I was leaving the US and I left the company, and I said, they said, oh, you were going to go to much higher places. I said, for me, it's more fulfilling. I earn less here. I am giving out more, but every day in Sierra Leone, as I go around the country and as I get involved, whether it's saving lives with COVID, whether it's helping one child, or whether it's doing stuff, whether it's speaking up against injustice and speaking up against poor leadership in the country, or whether it's standing up for the people when they cannot speak, I feel like that makes more difference to me. And that's what, you know, that's the reason for living. And we, you know, we have a very short period in this life, but we must have a reason for living. And that reason is why I'm here. And we need to believe in that Ubuntu, that I am who I am because of who you are. And I am who I am because of all those suffering mothers and suffering dads, suffering grandfathers, and everyone who made it possible for me to be, you know, here. And so I have to then be able to extend that back to others so that we build this collective. Until we get the collective success in Africa, it's going to be very difficult for us. So we need to begin to build a sense of Ubuntu and the collective success for our people.
Brilliantly said.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I love your enthusiasm and your passion. This is just beautiful. Really
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank
read
you.
the comments. You've got some really great comments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So yes, DaddyMakesDoh, are you in the house? I know you've been drinking all of this in.
They are. Trust me, I've been just taking it all in. It's a
Beautiful,
blessing.
absolutely beautiful.
Trust me.
So DaddyMakesDoh has joined us in the past and blew everyone's socks off. So for those of you, this is your first time joining us on Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. You're about to be blown away again by some more fantastic word sounds. Without further ado, let's welcome the amazing, the phenomenal, the fantastic, the great DaddyMakesDoh.
Love. Big intros there. You make man feel nice, you get me? Yeah, again, people, thank you for Auntie Jean first and foremost for holding up the space again and for having me on, because the last time we did it was my first time, and you get nervous being around such great people, especially when we're dealing with spirituality, because that's something that we learn along the way. It's not something that someone just straight teaches you, especially for me growing up in this country. So it's a pleasure to be around such able-minded people that can actually elevate us. Even at my 30, well, it's my birthday next week, I'll be 35.
Wow.
My 35 years, you can still teach. And like the brother that first came on, we hold a reasoning, and it's a feeling that we get between each other. No names, no color, it's just feeling. Whether you come from Yard, whether you come from England, whether you come from Canada, if you're black, then you're connected to the African man. That's what Pan-Africanism is. And that's what people need to know. Whereas the notes that I've been writing is I've been listening to so much, and I'm just gonna speak a few things that I've been taking in from you lot before I start my thing. Is for myself, it's what I try and do. Same with my son who's still sitting here listening. I can only teach him as a dad the things that I've learned in life and the things that I'm learning now. Whereas when he's out on his own, when you lot are out on your own, your friends, your family, your children, you can only hope that they're learning and they're taking in the things that we're teaching them. So that's all I can do. So if all I can do is uplift and encourage and motivate and inspire, then I must be the truest version of myself, the truest version of oneself, to teach other people to be yourself. I do the computer's on top of my fish tank. I'm a fish breeder. Nat and Stella know that I breed fish. I breed a fish called cichlids. They're from a lake in Africa called Malawi. They're African cichlids. So if you were to ask me about fish stuff, I can tell you enough things, which I won't go into now because it's enough. But if someone's an astrologist or a scientist or a spiritualist or a teacher, inventor, football player, be the best thing you can be and teach everyone else. So I'm trying to be the best at myself so I could then teach others and hopefully inspire someone, because there's going to be no savior to come save us. Nobody's going to be here saving us. We have to call on the ancestry who have passed before us to live in us now and speak with force.
That's right.
It's only when I got more into the Honourable Marcus Garvey is that I realised when he speaks live, he speaks with power.
Yeah.
Nobody can say nothing to my man. It's power.
Yeah.
And when you see my thing later, that's where I realize my personal connection to the brother is the power in word, and that's what I bring. So you can only be the best in yourself. So if I can do that for someone and alleviate some of that, then hopefully I can. When we are every day we wake up, look at the last 5 months. If people haven't been investing in themselves and learning in the last 5 months, doing all the things that they said they could not do because they were too busy, they never had no money, they're too stressed, there's not enough time in a day, in a life. The last 5 months gone quick, you know?
Yeah.
We did think, say the first few weeks, oh my days, this Rona's gonna be so long. 5 months gone already, gone quick. So that's where I'm hoping that people here and your families and your friends have been putting in the time. So when they turn around, because we're still living in history, Auntie Jean. We're in history right now. They say, what was you doing on this day in history?
Yeah.
I said, I was holding a reason with Auntie Jean. That's what we was doing. We was moving forward, coming together. Because they tried to make us, they tried to take all our money away. I was talking to my mother-in-law about pensions and stuff earlier, and she has to keep working over her time just to get her pension.
Yeah.
She has to beg for the money that she's been working for all of these years so she can take it and go back home and live in yard.
Yeah.
They won't even allow her to do that. The 9 to 5 keeps you busy. All these things that other people have that they say you don't have, you should have this at your age or da-da-da. Everything is on the mind, so you cannot connect with your spirituality. If there's too much things on your shoulders, you're going to be too stressed, too worried. They're living through fear. That's what they're trying to do to us now. They're trying to make this stuff feel normal. Don't ever make anyone listening to this now, or even after if you're watching this again, don't let anyone tell you that this whole lockdown corona business is the new normal, because it's not normal at all.
That's right.
Not normal at all. So they're trying to draw things in slowly to make you feel like this is normal, so then they can do the next part of the thing. But that's negative saying.
True.
I say it just to mean that you have to be aware of certain systems and why certain ways are the way they are, so you can know how to maneuver through it. The same way we have to teach our children and teach each other. Because we never all know what we know today, this time maybe last year. It takes time. So if people ain't awake to where we are right now, give them time. Show them some compassion, show them some education, show them some love.
Yeah.
And in time they might see, right, you know what? That is the way. That is the way of moving forward. All we can do is show them love. And then when you connect to the ancestry in that way, alleviate the stress. Face your fears, deal with your trauma. We are living our ancestors' trauma because them still never get reparations yet, let alone other little things that we're working for now. If my mother-in-law can't get her pension, we're nowhere near reparations.
Yeah.
Like, it's just maneuvering around these things and just educating us and to say, if you didn't know what we know now, it's okay. Now you know, let's move on with love and we can build, we can educate, we can participate in schools and move forward. We just have to be in the know and just be the most righteous versions of ourselves that our ancestry has given us the chance to be in this day and age. All we can do is lead with love. That's all we can do.
That's Shay.
So I do music on the floor. I'm a spiritual grime MC. So if anyone knows about grime music, it was born from early Rasta music that came into the UK, and then it came from jungle, garage, etc. There's a whole history in it. But I deal with what I was just speaking about, and that's the ancestry side of it. So I just see myself as the messenger, and I invoke energy, because the same way words can hurt, and they try use their hurtful words, but I use words to heal, to uplift and to energize. So that's what I bring. So if I can be the best at what I do, then I hope that you like it. So I'm part of The Floor. Nat and Stella are with me on part of The Floor. thefloor.com/DaddyMakesDoh. On socials, myself is DaddyMakesDoh, all one word, DaddyMakesDoh. And this is where you'll find my reasoning. I talk with nature. I'm very one with nature. You see nature and little critters and stuff always around me in my videos and stuff, because you draw it in. You receive what you put out. And if you put out positivity, righteousness, and love, that's what you bring in. Keep off all the negative things and just focus on what you want to manifest. So I just like to take this opportunity from myself to speak from the ancestry and just say, so one and all, and my young one right here, and my empress and my other son in the other room, may whatever we manifest in our hearts, in our desires, may it be manifestation and may it come to pass. May we come to see it. We need to live it. We need to embody it. I will it for you, Auntie G, Nat, Stella, everyone else who's listening to me right now. The ancestors will it for us. We just have to be in the know and know that they're in us. You don't have to look in no book. You don't have to go to no Babylon system. Everything you need, go hold a meditation with yourself. Even if you don't know what meditation is, spend some time with yourself or spend some time with nature. Absorb it, listen. But first you have to let go, like I said in the beginning, let go of all the negativities, all the expectations of self. Alleviate some of that stress, face some of that trauma head on. It's time to go through those things and get through the other side, because there's a righteous life waiting. And manifestation comes at the end of that. So I will that for you, and the ancestors will that for you. So without further ado, let me go into my thing, and it's love each and every time. And Auntie Jean, it's blessing every time.
Give thanks.
Can you hear this good?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Spiritual crime business. Big up Auntie Jean, cause she the queen. It's DaddyMakesDoh. Look, I go in for the moment I enter. Rasta youth of September. Righteous born in the 80s. Old school brother don't censor. Time ain't real, it was man-made. You must can see the agenda. If you can't then connect to the spirit inside to your third eye becomes your sensor. Be wary, times them crazy. Time don't exist, so remember that history's written by the victor. Don't mean the truth they tell ya. They stole our lands and used their system to teach us lies and stress us. They call us mental to them our light, but mine shines bright in the center. Ask them a simple question. Watch them turn like defender. Deflection is all they know. A wicked heart is no contender. Selassie I victory teachings in I mind, so vice if I enter. That's why them turn green eye with a CI, cause I expose the agenda. Garvey I heart inside me, call me high pop selector. My voice is giving them one sound, but they feeling spirit injector. If you turn off TV, come see me, I'll be your grand presenter. And I'll lift that spirit inside you, take you back to your ancestor. But first, we have to big up Auntie Jane. Cause she the queen. Love people. Big up Auntie Jane. See me? I got a gift and I use it wavy. I'm a bushman below the surface. DNA in me from JA. Where the sun's hotter than a furnace. I keep my head down till payday, yet keep my head up cause I'm worth it. Natty beard all in my face, don't shave it. We can't see and get nervous. A wicked man can't ever play me. I know my history did searches. Your privilege makes you blind to the fact that history sees us as worthless. Melanin Marley, baby. Nesta taught me true verses. It took me my own universe teaching to swim from a spirit in searches. I connect to the source through the wind, through the sun, through the moon, through the trees. I've been through some things in the life. I've even lost 3 of my seeds. I planted inside my empress, but life's teaching is deep. I've got 2 young men that are watching my steps, so when I touch my it gets deep. I'm a dad and my teacher on roadside. School can't teach what a dad can. My family's life come before mine is a real definition of a bad man. I give praises to Rastafari. Lying in self, no madman. I see true further ish. Spirit can see it, so I can. But first off, big up Auntie Jane. Yes. Cause she the queen. Love family and big up Auntie Jane. Once again from man, DaddyMakesDoh. That is my gift to the ancestry and to the universe. And once again, it's love each and every time. Bless it.
Ray, I'm truly honored. Thank you. Beautiful. Absolutely brilliant. Wonderful.
Love, love, love.
Whoa.
Well, family. So
Yeah,
check my
man.
thing. DaddyMakesDoh, DaddyMakesDoh, one word on YouTube. On YouTube, it's just me in the woods with nature, just barring on my own. No smoke, no mirrors, no fancy business. It's just lyricism, because that's what we deal with. And the
Nice.
ancestors them guide me, and I just pass on the message and vibe same way. So I love
Beautiful.
Auntie Jane. That one's for you.
Beautiful,
Blessed people.
beautiful. Give
Yes,
thanks, give
and I want
thanks.
a
Woo,
copy of
wonderful.
I want a copy of every single song I've heard you.
Yeah,
Seriously.
it's coming. Everything's on the floor. Everything's on the floor coming. Every month, I upload a piece of work that is musical works and a piece of spiritual writings. It's a project I call 1111. So you get 11 writings, 11 written pieces. And yeah, it's going to combine 1111. DaddyMakesDoh on thefloor.com, the floor / DaddyMakesDoh. That's where the things they are. And also Nat and Stella as well. So check my thing out, as well as the socials.
Yes.
And let's keep spreading it and keep moving. So until the next time, Auntie Jean, once again.
Beautiful.
Daddy Queen.
Thank
Big
you.
up Auntie
Whoa,
Queen.
thank you.
Yes.
Give thanks. Wow. Beautiful.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah, let's have a round of applause.
Yay.
DaddyMakesDoh.
Whoa.
Our reactions.
Beautiful,
Yeah,
beautiful, beautiful.
As our brother Alkaline in the building.
Whoop, 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 Alkaline.
Can we? Where's my brother?
He's been there so patient. Thank you. And mute yourself. You come off camera now.
No, wait a minute, Auntie Jean.
Okay, okay.
All right, okay.
All right.
And have you heard from Wadada? Has he called you back?
No, I haven't heard from, because he's actually out at the moment, so I don't know. I'll try, because he might have as a last thing.
It's all right. You can still play what you were gonna play of Chadwick anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, I can finish off with that, and everybody can go out with that.
Yeah. That's how it's. It's been a really amazing event, actually.
It has.
Top presentation, really inspired by everyone, and the word sound. I mean, yeah.
Powerful. Powerful.
So, let's see. Are you ready now, Ras Alkaline? Oh, you need to unmute.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but we can't see you now.
Yeah. Is that the
all right? Wait a minute. Wait.
So take the line out of your camera. Go to your camera and put on video.
Gosh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Why is it setting
I was on so long waiting.
I know.
And I don't know what went wrong. Now I'm on. I can't be seen. It's ridiculous.
Powers,
I don't need to be seen.
Yeah, we want to see you. We want to see you.
You want to see me?
Yeah,
we're not gonna do this then. Wait a minute. Wait a second.
Log out. Brother Alkaline, we might have to log out and then log back in. I've heard people do that before.
Is it?
Okay, log out.
That's what I've seen.
Or click on. See if you can click on the video.
Oh, wait a minute.
Click on the video before you log out.
I don't. Your video is stopped. Later, smart. Start video.
Yeah, start video.
Hey! Am I there?
Yeah. Woo!
Wonderful.
Okay.
So, without further ado, let's welcome our brother Ras Alkaline for our final presentation.
Yay! You have to unmute though.
Wow. I can do that for you if you let me unmute you.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yes, accept it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why we need to get back to real life.
Isn't it? Yeah. You need to. Can you unmute? Don't touch the camera. That's it. Wonderful. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, beautiful.
I can't be seen. I don't know how to be. Oh, Ras Alkaline,
we can see you. Yeah, we can see you.
You can see me.
Yeah.
All right. Bless it, my people.
But I don't know if you can put the camera up a little bit because your head. We can only see the. We need to see all of your head. Yeah.
Can you see me now?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You have to hold it like that, or you can catch it up.
Now let's hold it like this for a while.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yes. The
So,
journey,
yes, Brother Alkaline.
yes, was a brilliant journey. Journey in Jamaica. Caught up there for 6 months. Went amongst the ancestors. Lived amongst the ancestors. Live amongst some of the greatest herbalists I've ever come across. I left here as an herbalist and I came back to England as a herbal doctor. The knowledge I gained from the ancestors. We've been talking about the ancestors and technology. Our ancestors full of technology. Some of the things I've brought back here is ancient technology, but it works right now for our people. The problem we have is this. The problem we have is this. Our people do not trust ourselves. We have doubt in ourselves. We have doubt in our history. We have doubt in our herbalists. Some of the stuff we have got is amazing. And some of the things I've done since I've come back to England in a few weeks is amazing, even for me. So the journey what I've had with the ancestors, and the ancestors with us, they walk with me every day. They speak with me all the time.
Yes.
The energy that I walk with is amazing because you know people, it's either positive or negative energy, and it's vibration. And if your vibration is high and is in the right way, it cannot be touched. It doesn't matter who or what or how. Everywhere you go, you bring that vibration with you, and you touch people by that vibration. And the love you carry, which is the key to everything, is amazing. And when I realize about the love that people have lost, that's why we have so much problem in our community. It's not about the knowledge. Of course, it's knowledge. We need knowledge. But one thing we do need is to look at one another and have a love for one another. We don't have that love no more. And that is a problem. I went to Jamaica, like I said, and I ended up spending 6 months. I met a herbalist called Ras Mosiah, and he is a Maroon. And he actually lives in Port Antonio, but he comes from St. Elizabeth in the hills, Achong Pong. I don't know if people know about Achong Pong. Achong Pong was a place in Westmoreland where we, the Maroons, had our own village. And there we had our own autonomy. And we could do what we want there. The soldiers couldn't come up in that hill because there's 7 mountains to cross before you come to the top of it. So that's where we were. Anyway, this journey led me to Ras Mosiah. And after he led me to Ras Mosiah, I went and met another set of people called the Dogans. Do you know the Dogan people?
Yeah, we've heard of them, yeah.
These Dogon people are people who talk about the constellation and know about the constellation way before the Europeans. Amazing people. I didn't even know these people existed in Jamaica, but they do. And if you think about it, we were stolen and kidnapped from all over Africa. So there's all type of ancestors living in Jamaica. From Ghana, Togo, Gambia, Nigeria, name it, we're there. Anyway, I met these Dogon people, and it was amazing. That journey I went in the hills in Portland was fantastic. I was chosen by the ancestor to do a bit of work. I can't believe this, but it's true, and I'm sharing this with the people. I was in a place in Port Antonio one day. And a man is an angel. I call him an angel. His name is Ras Fire. Came in to a shop and came and talked to me. He said to me, The ancestors sent me to see you. I don't know this man. I've never met this man in my life. And he's telling me, you need to come into the hills. And I'm looking at this man and I'm thinking, I wonder what this man is dealing with. Because, you know, we always have doubt. Even me, I've doubt about my own people. Because I was wondering what this guy want. But this man was genuine. And I did go up in the hills a few days later. And had a great time. He walked me around his vineyard. He showed me all the herbs and explained things to me what I didn't even know. I'm a herbalist myself, and I know a lot of things, but I don't know everything. And this man is showing me things that I didn't even know exist. He explained about the body, how the body works. These Dogon people are tremendous people. They've got a different energy. And imagine, these people was kidnapped, brought to Jamaica, but they still had their tradition. They still had their tradition. And that was the amazing thing about it. And in that journey and that time, he gave me some stuff. He said the ancestors told him to give me these drops, some eye drops he gave me to clean the eyes and make people see who can't see. And I didn't believe it first. Anyway, I'd done some research. He brought me to 4 people that he actually worked with and gave these drops, and all of them confirmed exactly what he was saying. And I actually came back to Britain, England here, and I used those drops. Someone took some of the drops from me and used those drops, and it does work. Amazing. It cleans the eyes. It takes out mucus out of the eyes and inflammation. And it's amazing. It works. It's a period of time. It's not overnight, but it works. And that is one of the things that I was granted from the ancestors. Also, Ras Mosiah, he's a Maroon. And he's a very spiritual man, very powerful man. He ended up giving me X amount of stuff also. He also told me that, firstly, I explained. I was on a beach one day, and a Rasta came up to me and started talking to me. But I'm a herbalist, I've got my own range of stuff. So I wasn't really interested in what he had to say. So I kind of shunned him. About a half an hour later, I was on my way out of that place now. I was coming off the beach, and the guy drove back. And he said, I left, you know, but the ancestor turned me back to see you. I said, serious? He said, yes. He said, I've got an office up in the hills. I want you to come. I want you to see what I've got. And when he was talking to me, a energy came to say, listen, go to this guy, go. So the next day I went to his office. And my people, he gave me 10,000 pounds of different powerful oils and tonics and remedies, and explained and showed me. I spent 4 months with him learning how to use and perfect these beautiful stuff, because I realized what he was giving me now of in England and using them myself is energy. These oils he gave me is like electric. It had electric in it. So and these are old technology. These oils are from our ancestors. And in Jamaica, imagine all the way in Jamaica, they still had the skill and the knowledge to produce these things. And that was really amazing to me. And I've come back and I've used these things, and I've had nothing but success. Even me, myself, is surprised by some of the success I've had. For instance, I came back here the 10th of July, and I'm working on a lady who had a stroke on the left-hand side, totally paralyzed from head to toe, could not move the left-hand side, and is locked. And you know when you have a stroke, anywhere your hands are, it locks that way, and you can't move it again. But amazingly, I touched that woman 7 times, and that lady has come out of her wheelchair, and she's walking. She's not walking by herself, but she's walking with an aid, and she's walking with a walking stick. Even her children who doubted me when I first come, they said it's impossible. Mom, don't spend your money. It ain't working. Now even them have respect for me because they see their mother is coming back to life again. So when we talk about our great ancestors, our ancestors are with us right now. Our ancestors are working with us right now. They're not far away. They're with us. Our energy, our life, and everything is connected. We are all connected, my people. Every one of us has got skill and power. And like one of the speakers said, if you only can meditate within yourself, the greatness in you can come out, and you can be what you want to be, even in Babylon. Because the way I feel untouchable in Babylon. I'm not saying I'm going to go out and do anything bad, but what I'm saying is my energy, what I carry, and what I do, I'm doing it not for myself only, it's for my people. And everything I do is for my people and my family. I've perfected a whole range of alkaline stuff. That's why my name is Ras Alkaline. When I spoke about alkaline 10, 15 years ago, people didn't even know what I was talking about. People didn't understand what alkaline was. But that's where I'm coming from. Now, everyone knows about alkaline. Everyone talks about alkaline. And everyone is into alkaline because everyone is into health. When I made the electric alkaline tonic, I made that in 2013. I didn't know the alkaline tonic was for 2020 because that alkaline tonic increased oxygen in your blood. And this is the thing, what they're saying, the coronavirus takes oxygen out of your blood. So if you believe in the virus, electric alkaline tonic is a part of the energy. It boosts your energy, it gives you energy. It cleans your core line. A lot of people, even one day, a big star in America died of core line cancer. All you have to do is find alkaline, it'll be alive today. And that's what I'm saying, my people. The journey took me into a place where I didn't even know I could reach. And now I'm doing things, even me, myself, is amazed of what I'm actually doing. You know, I'm dealing with all sorts of ailments. Ailments like kidney, they said kidney, you have to go on dialysis machine. You can't, you know, you got to take out a kidney and put in a new kidney because your kidney can't be repaired. That's not true. Our ancestors got the skill to do these things. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about my ancestors. And through my ancestors, I have got the skill to do it. Because everything I do is not alkaline is doing it, it's the ancestors. They are showing me the way. And I'm just being used as a vessel. And remember about Sankofa. We do have to transform. We do have to go back. Because going back is going forward. My people. It's not a crime to look back. Because when we look at what we could achieve and what we have and what they took away, believe me, my people, we are amazing people, amazing in everything. All we have done, we have forgotten how amazing we are. The European used 3 sciences on us: science of karma, science of polarity, and science of attraction. And these sciences work because it messes with our mind. And when you take away the man's mind, you take away everything. You take away his history. You take away his direction. And that is what happened to us. It's not like we don't know, because no one has ever taught us. Remember this. The school we go to, they don't talk about Africa. They don't talk about Black. They don't talk about our history, our culture, our greatness. They just disrespect in every way and turn down. And that's where this thing they call karma comes in. There's 15 type of karma. And the karma, what they use is visual. And the visual what they use is the first thing you see, grow up and see, is a Jesus. It's in so many of our houses. That's what I saw when I was a child. Jesus, this white guy. That's visual. You don't need to read and write to understand that. And who don't know what polarity is? Polarity is upside down thinking. So we can't see the greatness of ourselves because everything we have been told is negative and we hold on to the negativity. And that is our problem. We don't see our women, how beautiful they are. The mother of earth, the mother of nations. We disrespect them as men. And we ourselves as black men, we don't even know our greatness. We end up killing one another for nothing. We fight for nothing. We are warring over small nothing. And that is what happened to our mind. And the last one is, if you find you're so negative in everything you do, that's where attraction comes in. Because if you're negative, negative connotation will follow you everywhere you go. You don't understand where you can't go through. You can't go through because you're thinking negative. And that is our problem, my people. So the journey in Jamaica was a wonderful journey. And coming back to England and seeing what I can do and what I'm doing, you know, it's wonderful for me and it's wonderful for the people that I'm working with, you know, and that is how it is. We ourselves, you know, we've got so much doubt in ourselves. Even the brother I was talking about in Africa, even them, imagine in Africa itself, they have to concentrate for themselves because they don't even know themselves. They've got to go back themselves. So imagine them in Africa have to go back for them to know themselves. How about us in the West? You understand what I'm saying, my people? We are really against we're really against it because there's no one here to teach us. That is why Alkaline had to go back in the beginning and start from the beginning so I understand what sort of food we eat, what kind of medicine we used to follow. That's where I'm coming from. So I took it right back from the essence of the ancestors. So my product is from the essence of the ancestors. And on my booklet says it, the essence of the ancestors, because that's what it's all about. We have got the technology. The one thing we don't have is the confidence within ourselves, because most people don't come to me until they're really, really, really sick. They go to their doctors, they spend their money on their doctors, they go to the pharmaceuticals, they go to the, you know, they do everything, the pharmacy, they do everything. It's after they can't go no further, they give up. That's when they find people like me, you know. They don't come to me first, they come to me last. They come to me when they're desperate, when they've got no other option. That's the problem we have. Imagine these people, if they ever knew our trust in their own people, what we can achieve. So the medicine is a part of our learning still. The food we eat also is a part of our learning, because right now we're not eating African food no more. We're eating a European-centric diet. All the food we eat is European. The way we prepare our food is European. All of it. And even in Africa, the thing they call cassava, that was made by the Portuguese and brought to Africa. Now it's a part of our stable diet. Cassava is full of starch. We're not supposed to be eating starch. Starch is detrimental to your health. Remember, alkaline is 80% good food, alkaline food, and 20% acidic food. And the only reason you need acidic food is to break down the solid food what you're eating in your intestine, in your belly. That's what it's there for. But a lot of our people has got 80% acid and 20% decent food. So it's upside down. That's why we're so sick. And another thing we can't take as well, a lot of our people have got calcium deficiency and vitamin D deficiency where we get from the sun. And the reason what that is the food, again, what we're eating is not very good for our health. Because we're eating a European-centric sort of food. We're not getting the proper sun in Britain. So therefore, we're not getting proper vitamin D. So therefore, we have to increase the calcium in our diet. And we're not eating enough food with calcium. So therefore, we are very sick. You look around us and you see elder people are walking and they're bending. They're bending because their calcium is deficient and therefore their bone is getting thinner and thinner. So they can't stay straight. They bend. That's the reason why people bend. And you don't have to be old. People say old age make you like that. No, it's pure diet. Because you have poor diet, that is why. And furthermore, you know, my colleague, Dr. Oliver, will tell you that you're supposed to live for 120 years. And that is a normal levity of life. And if you die before 120 years, you die of some form of deficiency. And that is a problem where you die in pain. So, my people, if we live on the right way, or we do the right thing, spirituality, also, it is a fantastic thing for each and every one of us to meditate for even 10 minutes per day. See for yourself who you are. You don't even have to know about meditating, just breathe in. Remember, we're supposed to breathe 8 times per minute. But right now in the West where we live, we breathe 16 times, 18 times a minute. So there's no oxygen going into our brain. Remember, oxygen is the thing that keeps us alive. Oxygen is in our blood. When we breathe in, it goes into our blood and keeps us alive. So the less oxygen you have in your blood is tired, you're tired, and you're very, very sickly. You become lethargic. The more oxygen in your blood, you become stronger, healthier, and you feel good within yourself. These are the lessons we need to learn, my people. Right now, I'm linked with Mosiah, the Ras I told you about, and Dr. Oliver. We have got a center in Port Antonio, in Jamaica. It's called a Wellness Center. It's on William Street. So anybody who is sick and really can't go no further, and you can't come to see me, and you're in Jamaica, you go to the Wellness Center, and these people, these doctors there, they will make sure you're okay. Right now, we are working on Bonnie Whaler. And in a few weeks, I've been told he was going to be up and running again. You know? So that's where we're coming from. And that's who I am. So my people, trust in yourself. Trust in your own people. Stop looking on the other side of the fence for assurance. We don't need European people to tell us, what to do, how to do it. We certainly can do it for ourselves. Remember, we're the first people on earth. We've been on earth for millions of years. Millions of years. We know everything. We've been on every part of this earth. We've been in every place on this planet earth. We have been already. So let's trust ourselves. Trust in what we are. We are the only human beings on earth, the real human beings on earth. We are the real creators and the real gods on earth. And our women are the real goddess on this planet. Yet we talk and talk to them like I don't understand sometimes our people. But that's where we're coming from. So let's Sankofa. Let us remember who we are, where we're going, and what we are. Because listen, in this time of people, we have to trust ourselves. And because I understand where we're coming from and what we are, I look at my own people now and I can forgive them. Nobody, no black woman or black man will let me ever be unhappy or get so upset like I want to kill them, because I know a lot of our people don't even know what they're doing. Remember, we all have been through 400 years of upside down thinking. Remember about polarity, my people. And one thing you have to always remember, love. Love is the guide. Love is the power. Love conquer anything. Any energy you have in you and you have love in you, you go through. If people love you like the way they love Auntie Jean, they go through. That's how life is. You know? You don't have to be the baddest or the roughest or what. No, 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 no. If you carry love with you, people follow you. If you carry love with you, people respect you. There's nothing you can't do. There's everything you can do. So yes, my people, that's where Alkaline is coming from.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, Ras
Yes.
Alkaline. Powers.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks.
Powers for
Wow.
that. Yes, very
Yes, man.
inspiring. Who knew
Yes,
that
yes.
slogans could be found in
In
Jamaica?
Jamaica.
Will you believe that, my people?
Isn't
I was so
it?
I was so
Wow.
shocked. And it's,
But
I
it's
tell you another thing, right? I went up in the mountains and it was a real hard walk because I'm walking on stones, you know.
Mm.
And I went up in the mountain. Took me about an hour and a half to walk up to the top of there, yeah? But when I went up there and you look around and you look at the scenery, you're looking at the sea. This scene's about 10 miles away.
Wow.
Miles away. And it's so beautiful and so peaceful. And that's where the Donga people live. And Ras Fire, his name is Fire. Ras Fire. Him and his whole family live up there on this hilltop, you know, and so powerful. He's an angel. You know, they talk about angel, they show you angel in the Bible with wings and no. Angel look just like me and you. That's the angel.
Yes.
An angel is what you do. It's not what you look like. It's the thing you do. And the thing about it, again, about our people is, this man is such a great man. In my world, I see him as a great man, a great herbalist. Yet the people around him don't see him as that. And that's what we're talking about. We're not connected to our old people. Just like the brother I was talking about in Africa. The elders, where's the respect for the elders? The people who knows what's going on. The people can tell us and, you know, keep us in the loop to understand where we're coming from and what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, these are the people we're supposed to respect and love because they've got the knowledge, the ancient knowledge.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, you know, a lot of these Europeans do know, they tap into that knowledge, you know, a lot. They will go and visit these shamans. They will go and try and get, you know, ayah and all of these different plants and herbs. And we are the ones that are relearning what we originally knew about mushrooms and, you know, understanding different types of herbs and like connecting with nature and the powers of nature and healing. You know, that's the irony. We really got to do the reconnection. So I love what Dr. Njai is doing to make it cool again for the young ones to respect the farmer and to respect, you know, the knowledge that their mum taught from before. It's cool actually because
it is fantastic.
You know, yeah.
We in our center in Port Antonio, we got people, doctors and herbalists coming from Canada and America to come and see what we are up to. Yet we are going to. You understand what I'm saying, my people?
Yeah.
We are going to the people them who are coming to us for the knowledge.
Right.
It's upside down. It's polarity. We're not thinking straight. We're thinking upside down. We need to turn it around and start thinking the right and proper way. Respect us, respect yourself. Look in the mirror and love yourself. I have no doubt about the powers we have.
Absolutely.
Africa is where we're from. And in Africa, we have been on this planet for millions of years. We have all the knowledge. We know everything about the body. I'll tell you one thing, I share this with you. The Donga man said to me, do you know, Alkaline, that all the celestial beings in the sky, the moon, the planets, all work on the body? I said, no. He said, listen to this. When a person broke a bone, it's not fixed same time. You have to wait until certain moon. And when that moon comes out, the body and your bones become soft. And that is when our people will put it back into place or do what they've got to do.
Wow.
I didn't know this. That's what I'm saying. I left here as an herbalist and come back as an herbal doctor. I know more now, more than, listen, these people are amazing. Our people is amazing and we don't know it. It's a shame we don't know it.
Well, we're learning through you.
Yeah.
We're learning, and we you know, we're on the right pathway. And I think, you know, people that have been looking out for these signs, we're tuned in. We're on the right frequency. So, yeah.
I'll tell you another thing, right? In
Yeah.
2010, our ancestors, the Maroon, turned around and says, we couldn't help you before. But in 2010, something happened. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden they said they now can help us.
Wow.
Spiritually. And that is why great black peoples flying all over the world. And you look at even small Jamaica. Since 2010, in the last 10 years, look how much great people has come out of Jamaica. Look around the world. Look how black people now. Look at the TV. And the television, there's so many black people in advertisement I didn't see before. All of a sudden, we are in vogue. We're in films. We're in, you know, we're all over the place now. Remember this. All of a sudden, we are in vogue. We are the real people, my people. We've got nothing to fear more than our own fear ourselves. And that's the real thing. We've got nothing to fear. And we've got nothing to prove.
Thank you.
That's the greatest thing about it. We've got nothing to prove.
Yes.
And we should not be ashamed because what they've done, the slavery thing has make us shame. We should not be ashamed because we never slave ourselves. Remember this, we were the victim. How can a victim be ashamed? And so much our people are ashamed. And that is a tragedy. It's a tragedy, I'm telling you.
Yes, talk the
So much of our people. Yes, my brother.
Yes, DaddyMakesDoh just saying talk the thing. But I just want to shout out some of the things that's been said on the chat for you.
Yes.
Love to you, brother. So Auntie Jean, it's Christine from Gambia family. It's been a great platform.
Wow.
Enough powerful talkings from our black people. Thank you all for the informative talk, poetry and song. And she's had to leave, but she's saying one love for the gathering. Very inspiring presentation. Thank you, Ras Alkaline. We have been conditioned to mistrust ourselves and each other. We can change this.
That is the key.
Powers. Yes.
That's the key. This trust. If we trust one another, we can move mountains.
True.
That's the key. Is the love and the trust. That's the key that opens the door to success. Remember, you know, I've been on this road, and now the work I've put in, I can see the success I am getting back in return.
Absolutely.
You know, we are black people. We're not frightened of hard work. You know, the only time they tell us we was lazy is after slavery.
Yes.
Before slavery was the hardest working people on earth. You see, after slavery, we become lazy. It's a lie.
Yeah.
You know why they couldn't cope with us? Remember, we, after slavery in America, we had the skill. White people never had no skill because they never done nothing.
That's right.
We were the one who was doing all the work. We were the one who was creating everything. So when slavery finished and the work become, we was the one who's getting the work. That is why we get unions and so forth and so on to stop us from getting the work. And the same thing applies to today. We are the one who's creating. We are the one who's creators. We're the real creators on this planet Earth. We've always been. We've always been the creators. And this is what I'm talking about. So let's respect one another, love one another, look at one another in the eyes now. Don't look away from one another no more. When I was a youth growing up in England, every black man or black woman I see, I used to say hello to. Nowadays, you don't say hello to one another no more. Where's that gone?
Yeah.
Can you remember this, my people?
Yeah.
Can you remember?
Yeah.
And another thing used to happen. When a black
true.
person gets stopped by the police, and you see that, you never walk away, you walk towards it to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
That don't happen no more again. We have become selfish. They've taken it away. They've took away the love. They took away the forgiveness. And that's what we need to find. We need to find it again.
Well, give thanks. Yes, give thanks, my brother. That was powers. The whole presentation has been very inspiring. I want to go to Jamaica for 6 months.
Come to the wellness center. It's on William Street.
Come to the wellness center. Heal myself.
The wellness center on William Street.
Yeah. Has anybody got any questions?
Well, there's one request. Can you give us your contact details, please?
Yes, I can. It's 0794 991 8424. I'll say that again.
One more time.
And slower.
0794 991 8424. You can get me anytime. And if you're in Jamaica and you're in Port Antonio, William Street, Dr. Oliver is there, Ras Mosiah is there, and when I'm in Jamaica, that's where I am. Okay. That's where I do my work.
Okay. Yes. So yeah, that was power. So I'm looking forward to coming. Actually,
Where can we find the Alkaline? Where can we find your products? Tell us.
Okay, you can find my product at 63 Norwood Road. That's in front of Brockwell Park. Brixton Village, Caribbean and Latin shop in Brixton Village. Dadas in Brixton Market. Also, Royal Maroon in Peckham. Safika in Brockley. Winties in Upton Park, Upton Lane, Forest Gate. And Cyrus, Soul Pharmacy, Soul Pharmacy in Leytonstone High Road, 11. Also Eternal Tree in West Green Road, that is in Seven Sisters. And now we just opened another place in Portobello Road. And we got a website called Last One Standing, one word, lastOneStanding.org.uk. You can get me on there also. And there's some videos on there about the journey and things, very interesting. And you can get me everywhere, anywhere. And you can phone me anytime. And I'm up for it because I'm here to help my people. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to help my people.
Thanks. Yes,
thank you.
Someone's wiping, Sister Jacqueline saying, I'm wiping away a tear. Gosh, just thank you all positive messages for our people.
Yes,
thank you. That is energy. That's what I'm talking about, my people. That is energy. That is what we're talking about. We touch one another with our energy.
With the love.
True.
It's the love.
Yes.
It's only the love. That's what they took away from us, my people. They took away the love.
Yeah.
They divide us. Let's bring back the love now. Let's bring back the love. Herukuti will tell you it's the love that matters. Nothing else matters. If you love yourself, believe me, there's nothing can touch you.
Yes.
Nothing can touch you.
True.
You're ready. And that's the key to success. Love yourself, my people. Because if you love yourself, you can love me. You can love your wife, you can love your children.
Yeah.
It's real.
Yeah.
And that's where it's at. You know?
That's cool. That's cool.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Very much so.
Thank you
Beautiful.
so much.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Respect.
Big up,
Big
big
up.
up, big,
Yay.
big up.
Thank you.
Ras
Thank you.
Alkaline.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Bless.
I'm afraid we're not going to get Wadada, but just want to say shout out to Elder Herukuti for talking to us about Mosiah Garvey.
Yay.
Love
Woo.
King.
Thank you to the Curved Christian for a powerful word sound. That was
Yeah.
amazing. We will welcome you back another time very soon. Thank you so much to Dr. Njai for inspiring us and bringing us a little piece
Yeah.
of motherland and
Yes.
showing us what
Yeah.
we need. And to DaddyMakesDoh for those bars.
Yes, yeah.
Love family.
Spiritual grime MP. Dope. And last but not by any means, no least, the fantastic Ras Alkaline. Thank you so much.
Yay.
Alright.
Whoa.
For
Thank
making
you.
Absolutely
this
brilliant.
platform possible. A big thank you to Auntie G.
Jean.
Oh,
Auntie
thank
Jean,
you.
big up,
Thank
big
you.
up, big up.
Big up Auntie
Thank
Jean.
you.
Queen. She had a queen. You got,
Yes,
It's just
she had a
Thank
queen,
you.
yes.
you got the queen. You got the queen.
Oh, wow.
sweet.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I thank you all so much. It's absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely a brilliant this evening, full of information. It was so packed. You know, I'm going to have to watch it all again to get more information in. So it's going live on Facebook. So you'll be able to get the recording still on Facebook. And then I'm going to download it and put it up onto YouTube as well. So you'll get to see it on YouTube under Auntie Jean's Zone. So you get to see that on YouTube as well. But I could no doubt you'll be able to see it straight away on Facebook because it's there on Auntie Jean. But thank you all for joining us. Thank you very much.
Can I read a poem?
Yes, please.
Can I read my last poem?
Yes.
It's called Gateway to Heaven and Earth.
Let people know who you are first, Patricia. Introduce yourself.
Oh, hello everyone. I'm Patricia, and I'm the secretary for the Garvey Village, and I work alongside Auntie Jean. We're sisters.
Yeah.
We're together in the struggle. Okay, but I felt inspired to get my book. It's a poem I wrote some time ago, but it's what Ras Alkaline ended on. So I thought I'd got to get it out and read it. Okay, and it's called Gateway to Heaven on Earth. And so it starts. The spirit of life is our garden. The body of life is the door. The heart of life is the security lock. Love is the key. Our communication is the handle. Life itself is the welcome. Respect for life is the order of time. Happiness is our judge. Faith and hope is our strength. Understanding is our peace. Our minds for life is the passion for creativity, naturally. Intelligence is the sweet scent of flowers and seeing beauty of the birds in the boughs. Listening to the hum of the very busy village. Heaven is my joy and ecstasy. The spirit of life is our garden. The body of life is the door. The heart of life is the security lock. Love is the key. Give thanks.
That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you.
Thank
Whoa, wow.
Love
yes.
is indeed. And I think that's a fitting way to end.
Yes.
One way to end.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Most definitely.
Wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Feminine, divine. And thank you so much to my partner, Nai.
My partner, Stella B.
For hosting this with me. And yeah, thank you all so much for turning up. do shout out for the next one, which is in 2 weeks' time, isn't it, Auntie Jean?
Yes, it's 2 weeks' time. It's going to be the first Sunday of the month. I think it's the 6th of September.
Yes.
And yeah, we'll be back here at the 6th of September. And fingers crossed that it'll be a physical back in Catford on the 20th of September. So let the ancestors, brilliant. Bring your stool and have your things. Wonderful. Wonderful. So yeah, the 20th of September, it'll be a physical. So call the ancestors.
Call the ancestors.
Come out.
Get
Call
yourself
the ancestors. Yeah, most definitely. But
I'm calling them.
Good. Make sure them here. All right. I'm going to finish up with two things. One is a artist is going to be painting something with some flowers, and then I'm going to put on the video of what's the brother name of it again?
Chad.
Yeah, Chad. Chad Bose. What's it? Bose. Yeah. On, so you can watch it to the end and use it to come out. But I'm saying goodbye now, and I'm going to put first on the short clip and then put on the other one. So everybody, DaddyMakesDoh, whoop, whoop, thank you so much.
Love.
Thank you so much. The Curved Christian, thank you, off the top of my head. Stella B, Nat Nye, thank you so much. Beautiful as always. Elder Herukuti, enough, and a whole heap of respect. And Ras Alkaline, every time, thank you. And thank you for bringing your knowledge. Thank you for your experience and sharing it with us and bringing it back and helping us, you know, because your work's just beginning, Ras Alkaline.
I know.
Your work's just beginning.
And Dr. Njai as well.
Oh yes, and don't forget Dr. Njai, who basically somebody said that they need to come back. Yes, he does need to come back because it's very inspiring of what he's actually doing. And it's so good to know that somebody back home is actually putting in something in place and they're not using their method, you know, they're using our own and they're Sankofering and getting back the information that they need to be teaching our children. Same thing with Brother Alkaline, Sankofering back and bringing back the herbals, the medicines that we need. So, Brother Herukuti, every time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone.
Don't forget what he said.
The schools.
The schools, yes.
Financial support.
And if you do forget it, watch it on YouTube or Facebook after this. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, brother Nat,
Thank you, Nat.
Big time, big up.
Yeah, man.
Everyone can check him out on Galaxy Appley as well.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, I'm going to put on the first short clip and then put on what I started off with. If you came in early and you saw some of it, then you'll be able to see the rest of it. Okay, so I can see my screen. And so I'm saying good night, everyone. And see you next time round.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Peace and love, family.
Peace and love, everyone.
Peace and love.
All the time.
Wasn't that beautiful?
That was excellent.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and now we're going to finish off with.
Got so much talent. Look how much talent we've got. It's
Isn't
ridiculous.
it? Really, really much. Very
No wonder
much
they're
so.
jealous.
Isn't it?
They can't be. They can't. They'll never be. They will never
It's
be.
true.
You know.
Never, never. But anyway, and now we're finishing off. I'm going to finish off with where they gave our brother a doctorate at the university that he actually went to.
Yes, seen that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll finish off with that and I'll say good night all, and until the next time.
Okay, Jean.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
One love.
Peace.
Chairman Stacey Mobley, please present the Speaker, Mr. Chadwick Boseman.
Do this. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Mr. Chadwick Aaron Boseman to receive at your hand the honorary degree of Doctor of Humane Letters.
Chadwick Aaron Boseman, quintessential artist, actor, director, writer, your unique ability to completely embody the characters you chose to portray on screen and stage has created a phenomenal global sensation in the world of film and entertainment unlike any in recent history. Beginning with your work in the film 42 in 2013 as the legendary Jackie Robinson, who broke the color line in Major League Baseball by signing with the Brooklyn Dodgers at a time in America when blatant racism was rampant. And I told Chadwick last night that Jackie Robinson and Martin Luther King Jr. received honorary degrees on the same day right here at Howard University as well. To your exquisite true-to-life depiction of the Godfather of Soul, Mr. James Brown in the film Get On Up, and in 2017, your brilliant role in Marshall, which you co-produced about the iconic civil rights lawyer and first African-American Supreme Court Justice, fellow Capstone alumnus Thurgood Marshall, you have blazed a powerful new path in the world for the presentation of our rich lives of triumph over adversity that have been so sorely ignored for centuries. In this blockbuster year of 2018, audiences and critics around the globe have heralded your magnificence as T'Challa, Black Panther, in the feature film of the same name, and the entire movie has set afire in the hearts and minds of people of all colors, creeds, and races, the likes of which has never been seen before. You said that you had written in a journal years ago your desire to be the Black Panther. The world is in worship of Wakanda, the fictitious, technologically advanced, and mineral-rich African nation ruled by the Black Panther, who is based on a Marvel Comics character, which debuted just over half a century ago. Also in 2018, you reprised your role of T'Challa, Black Panther in Avengers: Infinity War, which is the fastest film ever to pass $1 billion globally. You came to alma mater as an undergraduate of T.L. Hanna High School in your hometown of Anderson, South Carolina, where you were reared in a loving, supportive home by your mother Carolyn and father Leroy Boseman. Having written and performed plays in your junior year, your focus was initially on directing, and you earned a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in directing in 2000. You were fortunate to have taken classes from the acclaimed Felicia Rashad, who raised the funds for you and fellow classmates to attend the British American Drama Academy in London. While your plan was to hone your talents as a writer-director, it was your exposure to Rashad's teaching that opened you to the fruits of acting as well. Settling in New York, you began your career teaching drama at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in the Junior Scholars Program in Harlem in 2002. You landed your first television role on Third Watch in 2003, and had a series of other roles on CSI, New York, Law and Order, and ER, to name a few. While continuing to write plays, you felt it was possible to do it all despite your agent pressing you to choose one artistic area of focus. Ultimately, you did see the value in this advice, even though you had success with Deep Azure, based on the tragic true story of Howard alum Prince Jones, who was murdered by a Prince George's County police officer. Your decision to move to Los Angeles in 2008 opened the way for more achievements, as with your role in the television series Lincoln Heights, then your first feature film, The Express, and a regular role on Persons Unknown in 2010. Other films included The Kill Hole, released just before 42, in which you starred opposite Harrison Ford, Draft Day with Kevin Costner in 2014, and Gods of Egypt, in which you played Thoth. Chadwick A. Boseman, beloved son of alma mater, your dedication to excellence, your pioneering, indomitable spirit, and motivated commitment to your craft stands as the hallmarks of your incredible life and career. You are a shining exemplar of our cherished core values of leadership, excellence, truth, and service. It is with heartfelt respect and loving gratitude that we salute and honor you as orator on the historic occasion of our 150th commencement, conferring upon you the degree Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor to present to you our 2018 Commencement Convocation keynote speaker, Dr. Chadwick Boseman. As you just heard, he is a true son of Howard, and Dr. Boseman refined his extraordinary talents right here as an undergraduate student under the mentorship of many remarkable people who have passed through these halls. Dr. Boseman possesses all of the qualities that we embodied. And even when the lights are turned off and there are no cameras, those qualities continue to shine brightly. And so it is for this reason I'm pleased to introduce the commencement orator, Dr. Chadwick Boseman.
First, giving honor to the Creator and my ancestors on whose shoulders I stand. Happy Mother's Day to my mom. She is not here in attendance, but by tomorrow, she will have seen this. Let me also acknowledge my professors who have passed on to the other side. Because of work obligations over the past few years, I miss memorials that were held here for them. Professor Al Freeman Jr., Professor Mike Malone, Professor Reggie Ray, Dr. Henrietta Edmonds, Professor Joe Selman, Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Singleton. Professors and instructors that may be present: George Epstein, Tony Starnes, Denise Saunders, Professor Roberts Williams, and Professor Vera Katz. Your lessons continue to guide and enlighten me to this day. To President Wayne Frederick and the Board of Trustees, thank you for bringing me back here and giving me this distinguished award. It's overwhelming to be recognized amongst this year's other honorees. I can think of no better place to be right now after the Black Panther and Avengers campaigns than to return and participate in these graduation ceremonies with you. It is a great privilege, graduates, to address you on your day, a day marking one of the most important accomplishments of your life to date. This is a magical place, a place where the dynamics of positive and negative seem to exist in extremes. I remember walking across this yard on what seemed to be a random day, my head down, lost in my own world of issues, like many of you do daily. I'm almost at the center of the yard. I raised my head and Muhammad Ali was walking towards me. Time seemed to slow down as his eyes locked on mine and opened wide. He's raised his fist into a quintessential guard. I was game to play along with him, to act as if I was a worthy opponent. What an honor to be challenged by the GOAT, the greatest of all time, for a brief moment. His face was as serious as if I were Frazier in the Thriller in Manila. His movements or flashes of a past greater than I can imagine. His security let the joke play along for a second before they ushered him away. And I walked away floating like a butterfly. I walked away amused at him, amused at myself, amused at life for this moment that almost no one would ever believe. I walked away light, ready to take on the world. That is the magic of this place. Almost anything can happen here. Ain't you? Howard University. I was riding here and I heard on the radio somebody call it Wakanda University. But it has many names, the Mecca, the Hilltop. It only takes 1 hour, one tour of the physical campus to understand why we call it the Hilltop. Every day is leg day here. That's why some of you have cars. During my junior and senior years, I lived in a house off campus at Bryant Street. For those of you, that's right, Bryant Street. For those of you who don't know what that means, that's at the bottom of the hill where the incline gets real. Almost every day I would walk the full length of the hill to Fine Arts, where most of my classes were, carrying all of my books, because once you walk that far on foot, you're not walking back home until it's time to go home for good. But beyond the physical campus, the Hilltop represents the culmination of the intellectual and spiritual journey you have undergone while you were here. You have been climbing this academic slope for at least 3 or 4 years, for some of you, maybe even a little bit more. Throughout ancient times, institutions of learning have been built on top of hills to convey that great struggle is required to achieve degrees of enlightenment. Each of you had your own unique difficulties with the hill. For some of you, the challenge was actually academics. When you hear the words magna cum laude, you know that's not you. That's not you. You worked hard, you did your best, but you didn't make A's or B's, sometimes C's. You never made the dean's list, but that's okay. You're here on top of the hill. And I want to say something to that. You know, sometimes your grades don't give a real indication of what your greatness might be. So it really is okay. For others, it was financial. You and your family struggled to make ends meet every semester of your matriculation. You had to stand in one line to get to another line, to get to another line for somebody that might help you. You had to work an extra job or two, but you're here. For a lot of you, not all, but a lot of you, your hardest struggle was social. Some of you never fit in. You were never as cool and as popular as you wanted to be, and it bothers you. So your social struggles here became psychological. Even though you made it up the hill, you carry the baggage of rejection with you, but you're here. Or some of you went through something traumatic. You made it to the top of the hill, but not without scars and bruises. Some of you fit in too much. You were on the yard rapping on your frat block when you were supposed to be in class. Or you got caught up in the DC party life. I know how that is. I mean, we're right here in the midst of the city. Sometimes you forgot you were in school. You probably could have graduated with honors, but instead you are getting an oh yeah degree today. Oh yeah, I have class. Oh yeah, I have that paper due. Oh yeah, I have a final. You were literally too cool for school. You waited until the last minute to do your best work, and it's a wonder that you made it up the hill at all because you carried the baggage of too much acceptance. Most of you graduating here today struggled against one or more of the impediments or obstacles I've mentioned in order to reach this hilltop. When completing a long climb, one first experiences dizziness, disorientation, and shortness of breath due to the high altitude. But once you become accustomed to the climb, your mind opens up to the tranquility of the triumph. Oftentimes, the mind is flooded with realizations that were for some reason harder to come to when you were at a lower elevation. At this moment, most of you need some realizations because right now you have some big decisions to make. Right now, I urge you, in your breath, in your eyes, in your consciousness, invest in the importance of this moment and cherish it. I know some of you might have partied last night. You should celebrate, but this moment is also part of that celebration. So savor the taste of your triumphs today. Don't just swallow the moment whole without digesting what has actually happened here. Look down over what you conquered and appreciate what God has brought you through. Some of you here struggled against the university itself. This year, students protested and took over the A building, formulated a list of demands, and negotiated with our president and administration to determine the direction of our institution. It's impressive. Similarly, during my years here at Howard, we also protested and took over the A building. In order to preserve Howard's annual appropriations from Congress, President H. Patrick Swagger decided to reduce the number of colleges at the university. By his plan, engineering would need to merge with architecture, nursing would merge with allied health, and fine arts, my school, would be absorbed by arts and sciences. That's how we saw it, absorbed. For many of us in fine arts, this signaled to us that our curriculums or the curriculums of students following us might become watered down concentrations. This undermined the very legacy we were proud to be a part of and aim to continue. The Fine Arts program had produced Felicia Rashad, Debbie Allen, Isaiah Washington, Richard Wesley, Donnie Hathaway, Roberta Flack, just to name a few. We felt that, yes, you could go on and on, you could go on and on, you could go on and on. We felt that we could compete with students from Juilliard, NYU, and Cal Arts as long as we continued to have a concentrated dosage that rivaled a conservatory experience. But without it, although we took over the A building for several days and presented our arguments to President Swagger and the administration, the schools were still merged. Thus, the current collection or formation of schools exists. That's why I view your recent protest as such an accomplishment for both sides of the debate, student and administration. I didn't come here to take sides. My interest is what's best for the school. A Howard University education is not just about what happens in the classroom, students. In some ways, what you were able to do exemplifies some of the skills you learned in the classroom. It takes the education out of the realm of theory and into utility and practice. Obviously, your organization skills were unprecedented. I'm told that you organized shifts so that you could at least continue some of your classes. We missed all our classes. we were in the A building. And I'm told that through donations, there was always an ample helping of food. I probably ate a slice of pizza during the entirety of our 3-day protest. So your organization and planning was impeccable. You received the majority of your demands, making a significant impact on those who came after you. As is often the case, those that follow most often enjoy the results of the progress you gain. You love the university enough to struggle with it. Now I have to ask you that you have to continue to do that. Even now that you received your demands, even if you're walking today, you have to continue to do that. Everything that you fought for was not for yourself. It was for those that come after. You could have been disgruntled and transferred, but you fought to be participants in making this institution the best that it can be. But I must also applaud President Wayne Frederick and the administration for listening to the students. Your freedom of speech was exercised in a way where you can contribute to this place. It also shows that you can contribute to the democracy. The administration and the campus police at the time when I was protesting was not nearly as open-minded as this current one. I know this was a difficult time, but because of both of you, I believe Howard is a few steps closer to the actualization of its potential, the potential that many of us have dreamed for it. Students, your protests are also promising because many of you will leave Howard and enter systems and institutions that have a history of discrimination and marginalization. The fact that you have struggled with this university that you love is a sign that you can use your education to improve the world that you are entering. I was on a roll when I entered the system of entertainment, theater, television, and film. In my first New York audition for a professional play, I landed the lead role. From that play, I got my first agent. From that agent, I got an on-screen audition. It was a soap opera. It wasn't Third Watch. It was a soap opera on a major network. I scored that role too. I felt like Mike Tyson when he first came on the scene, knocking out opponents in the first round. With this soap opera gig, I was already promised to make six figures, more money than I had ever seen. I was feeling myself. But once I got the first script, and with soap operas, you very often get the script the night before and you shoot the whole episode in one day with little to no time to prepare. Once I saw the role I was playing, I found myself conflicted. The role wasn't necessarily stereotypical. A young man in his formative years with a violent streak pulled into the allure of gang involvement. That's somebody's real story. Never judge the characters you play. That's what we were always taught. That's the first rule of acting. And any role played honestly can be empowering. But I was conflicted because this role seemed to be wrapped up in assumptions about us as black folk. The writing failed to search for specificity. Plus, there was barely a glimpse of positivity or talent in the character, barely a glimpse of hope. I would have to make something out of nothing. I was conflicted. Howard had instilled in me a certain amount of pride, and for my taste, this role didn't live up to those standards. It was just my luck that after filming the first 2 episodes, execs of the show called me into their offices and told me how happy they were with my performance. They wanted me to be around for a long time. They said, if there was anything that I needed, just let them know. That was my opening. I decided to ask them some simple questions about the background of my character, questions that I felt were pertinent to the plot. Question number 1, where's my father? The exec answered, well, he left when you were younger. Of course. Okay. Question number 2. In this script, it alluded to my mother not being equipped to operate as a good parent. So why exactly would my little brother and I have to go into foster care? Matter of factly, he answered, well, of course, she's on heroin. That could be real, I guess. But I didn't want to assume that's what it was. If we're around here assuming that the black characters in the show are criminals on drugs and deadbeat parents, then that would probably be stereotypical, wouldn't it? That word stereotypical lingered. One of the execs pulled out my resume and began studying it. The other exec wore a smile, trying to live up to what they had promised me only a few moments before. If there's anything you need, just let us know. She said, as you have seen, things move really fast around here. But we are more than happy to connect you with the writers if you have suggestions. Yeah, I said, that would be great. I said, because I'm just trying to do my homework on this. I didn't know if you guys had decided on all the facts, but maybe there's some things we could come up with, some talent or gift that we could build. Maybe he's really good at math or something. He has to be active. I'm doing my best not to play this character like a victim. So you went to Howard University, huh? The exec holding my resume interrupted, peeking over the pages. Yes, I said proudly. He slid my resume back in his desk and said, thank you for your concerns. We'll be watching you. I left the office. I shot the episode I had come in to shoot on that day. Probably the best one I did out of the 3 because I got what was bothering me off my chest. I was let go from that job on the next day. A phone call from my agent. They decided to go another way. The questions that I asked set the producers on guard and perhaps paved the way for a less stereotypical portrayal for the black actor that stepped into the role after me. As the scripture says, I planted the seed and Apollos watered it. But God kept growing. God kept it growing. Yet and still, when you invest in a seed, watching it grow without you, that is a bitter pill to swallow. A bitter pill. Anybody that's ever been fired knows what I'm talking about. Even if you really don't want the job, when they let you go, it's like any breakup. You act like you don't care. I didn't need that damn job anyway. I didn't need them. But when you have those moments alone, you start to wonder if there was a better way to handle it. And if you could have handled it better, maybe you could help your family. And then before you know it, you're broke. And you find yourself scraping together change just so you can ride the subway so that you can get the next job. And maybe if you could book something else, that would eclipse the feeling of doubt that's building. But it seems like you can't pay them to hire you now. My agents at the time told me it might be a while before I got a job acting on screen again. Well, that was fine because I never wanted to act in the first place. And I definitely didn't want to be caught dead going after a fake Hollywood pipe dream. I'm more of a writer-director anyway, so forget their stories. I can tell my own stories. But am I actually blackballed? We're hesitant about sending you out to some people right now because there is a stigma that you're difficult. As conflicted as I was before I lost the job, as adamant as I was about the need to speak truth to power, I found myself even more conflicted afterwards. I stand here today knowing that my Howard University education prepared me to play Jackie Robinson, James Brown, Thurgood Marshall, and T'Challa. But what do you do when the principles and standards that were instilled in you here at Howard close the doors in front of you? Sometimes you need to get knocked down before you can really figure out what your fight is and how you need to fight it. At some point, my mind reverted back to my experiences here, to the professors that challenged me and struggled against me. Professor Roberts Williams, Doc Singleton, George Epstein, to name a few, the ones that would fail you out of the goodness of their hearts. And this may be hard to grasp for some of you right now, but I even considered President Swagger and how negotiating with him was practice for a world that was considerably more cruel and unforgiving than any debate here, one that had no interest in my ideals and beliefs. How would I maneuver through all of this? Finally, I thought of Ali in the middle of the yard, in his elder years, drawing from his victories and his losses. At that moment, I realized something new about the greatness of Ali and how he carried his crown. I realized that he was transferring something to me on that day. He was transferring the spirit of the fighter in me. He was transferring the spirit of the fighter to me. He was transferring the spirit of the fighter to me. Sometimes you need to feel the pain and sting of defeat to activate the real passion and purpose that God predestined inside of you. God says in Jeremiah, I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Graduating class, hear me well on this day. When you have reached the hilltop and you are deciding on next jobs, next steps, careers, further education, you would rather find purpose than a job or a career. Purpose crosses disciplines. Purpose is an essential element of you. It is the reason you are on the planet at this particular time in history. Your very existence is wrapped up in the things you are here to fulfill. Whatever you choose for a career path, remember the struggles along the way are only meant to shape you for your purpose. When I dare to challenge the system that would relegate us to victims and stereotypes with no clear historical backgrounds, no hopes or talents, when I questioned that method of portrayal, a different path opened up for me. The path to my destiny. When God has something for you, it doesn't matter who stands against it. God will move someone that's holding you back away from a door and put someone there who will open it for you. If it's meant for you, I don't know what your future is, but if you're willing to take the harder way, the more complicated one, the one with more failures at first than successes, the one that has ultimately proven to have more meaning, more victory, more glory, then you will not regret it. Now, this is your time. The light of new realization shines on you today. Howard's legacy is not wrapped up in the money that you will make, but the challenges that you choose to confront. As you commit to your past, press on with pride and press on with purpose. God bless you. I love you, Howard. Howard forever.
I say, isn't that wonderful? It just goes to show who we've lost. So his
Indeed.
words of wisdom were very powerful.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, folks, I mean, Wadada did come back, but I think it's a bit late for him to be playing now. So that note, Wadada, we'll have Wadada back on the next time, either the next week, Friday, on the Garvey Village, Unlock the Change and Keep Well, Remedies and Keys, or on our next Auntie Jean's African Culture Market, which is going to be the 6th of September. And DaddyMakesDoh, he told me, well, on his chat, he said it was his birthday on that day. So if he's not doing anything, DaddyMakesDoh, we would love to have you back. Okay, and on that note, I say good night, thanks, and keep well. Peace.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Oh, I forgot to save the chat. All right. Good night, all.